Hello. Good afternoon. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. Ugh. Very, very eventful weekend on my end. We had the most draining episode of the Metaphor streams to date. And then me and the boys played a bunch of GTFO and got very far into R8, and that's hype. Very fun, very cool. And now we're right back at it here in Dawn in Dawn Trail. God, my voice is all messed up right now. It seems as though there's about to be a pretty like substantial tone shift here. This does seem like the sort of point where there's going to be a bit of a downturn, right? You know, you've got the Wuklamad arc going, and now there's going to be some sort of, like, major issue that's going to lead to a downturn, probably. I'm very interested in seeing what they do with Zoraja. And, looking back over the English for some of the Zoraja lads, they did it very dirty. Like, next part is pretty good. Alright, nice. What was the exact line? I'm trying to, yeah. It's, yeah, this one. Hang on, let me throw this one on screen real quick. And then grab the Japanese. The thing is that I'm not sure how Zoraza is gonna go. I'm, like, relatively neutral on him right now. I think that he could potentially be an interesting villain in a Disney villain sort of way, where he's just kind of supposed to be a, you know, an opposite to Wuklamat's arc. And as such, you know, maybe he doesn't get the most developed, but it's really more that he's just kind of like a tool for the development of the main characters rather than himself. Potentially. Like, you know, he's just there to reinforce the actual major themes. Which, I mean, I would be fine with. I wouldn't, like, love it, but it would be like, alright, I get what you're going for. But, so, when Zoraza was just staring daggers into Wuklamad, the Japanese line is this. Right, so the ishi there, the ishi in that phrase, it's basically just saying, like, I can feel it, you know, even more, like, powerful malice or hatred than before. It's not... The second line is relatively difficult in terms of putting it exactly into English, but it's basically just implying that there's no way somebody could feel that way towards someone that they consider family. Right? It's just like pure, raw hatred. The English... God, I swear I can use OBS. His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such... What ambition? What ambition? They just pulled that out of nowhere. Like, he wasn't thinking about any sort of ambition in that moment. He was just thinking, I would like to rip Wuklamat limb from fucking limb. So that's the sort of thing that we're really running into a lot here, it seems. Now, the consider there, I'm assuming that they attempted to get that from the Ishi. Well, fuck. Hell yeah. I'm assuming they were getting that from, like, the Ishi, but that doesn't make any sense. That... That, like, Honogurai Ishi. That really means more like intent, right? The intent, what he intends to do, his will, his determination, desire. So pulling ambition out of that makes it sound like he's at that moment thinking about his like grand plans of conquest and whatever, which doesn't fit the character or match what he's actually doing or thinking. I did find a Japanese blog post by what is apparently the biggest Zoraja defender known to man. Can't read it because, you know, spoilers, but it did seem interesting. I am interested in seeing, like, the defense of this character from the perspective of somebody who absolutely fucking loves the character. I really do like that, like, the Japanese player base does that a lot. They make these very, very in-depth opinion pieces and blog posts and stuff. It's good. Like it a lot. Anyway. Tori no Chichi.
Sate, 残る試練はあと一つ。トライオラ女子誌、友の章の舞台であるマムークへと向かいたいところだが。
Alright, there's only... Now then... there's only one trial remaining. I'd like to set out for Mamuk, the location of the chapter of friendship, or a chapter of the friend, in the Epic of Toraora. However,
土砂崩れで塞がったティーンベクトー道の復旧がまだ終わってないらしい。
yeah, that's really is, like, that's the thing, actually, like, that's one of the things that bothers me the most about this style of translation, is that you do get people who are very dedicated fans of, you know, whatever piece of art is being translated. And they go in on good faith. Right? They attempt to make sense of the story and the lore and the symbolism and the themes under the assumption that they're getting something accurate. When often they're just not. And so they'll run into situations where things are seemingly contradictory, and they just have to, you know, jump through hoops to try and rationalize it and make it make sense, when the real answer is just, no, it makes perfect sense in Japanese, you just didn't get that version. And that, to me, is like, it's such a slap in the face to the fans. To brute force your own personal idea of what you think would be better than the real author. Like, of course it's incredibly disrespectful to the author, but it's also incredibly disrespectful to the fans. Yeah. Seems like the, what, Teambeck Cave hasn't, been cleared from that landslide that blocked it off.
別のルートはないの?
Is there any other route?
ああ、唯一の道だ。集落の連中がすでに復旧作業を始めてるらしいから、しばらく待てばそのうち開通するだろうさ。
Yeah, there's one. Oh wait, no. Never mind. God, I need to wake up, man. I need to wake up, man. No, it's the only route. Villagers already started repairs. It'll take a while, so we'll just have to wait until then, but it should be open soon.
では、復旧作業が終わるまでの間、各々自由行動としよ
Yeah, it's gonna take a bit for the caffeine to kick in, so the first, like, 30 minutes of this might be pretty rocky. Alright, it's the classic, we just did a trial, we're gonna do some, everybody do their own thing.
う。私はもう少しこの辺りを見て回りたい。エレンビル、案内を頼めるかい？
Alright, I want to look around here a little bit more. Aaronville, would you mind, being my
ま
guide?
他にやることもないしな。
Well, I don't have anything else to do.
それなら私も行くわ。
Alright, I'll go too then. Yeah, I'll go with you guys then.
私はおじいちゃんについて調べてみるわ。マーブルさんの話ではヤクテル樹海に来ていたそうだから。
Okay, I'm gonna keep looking into my grandpa. Yeah, according to Maaburu, he came here to the forest.
お、じゃあ私も付き合うぜ。
Oh, in that case, I'll come with though.
オレオもどうだ？ただ待ってるだけってのも退屈だろ。
Yeah, what about you? You know, you'd be bored to just sit around doing nothing.
それでは、頃合いを見計らって、再びこの場所に集まろ
Okay, we're gonna meet back up here. So we're going with Wukoman Kuru.
さて、改めて情報を整理しておくわね。おじいちゃんがこの樹海を訪れたのは20年ほど前だから見かけた可能性があるとすれば成人している人たちよ。
Okay. We're just doing recap, so I'm gonna skim this a little bit. He is literally saying, recap, my grandpa, came here when, about 20 years ago, so anybody who would have actually seen him would be an
この
adult by
村
now.
でそれなりに年を重ねている人を探して異国から来た魔導士と会ったことがないか尋ねてみましょう。
Okay, so we need to find people who seem like they're, about the right age, and ask if they've ever met a traveling mage from overseas. I actually made a setup for Viper on keyboard that feels pretty nice, but I know the second I fucking get into any, like, new content with it, it's just gonna be terrible. I'd still foolishly have not given up entirely on playing classes that are not White Mage, even though I really should for stream.
う。約20年前に、この森で異国の魔導士を見かけなかったかって？急にそんなことを聞かれても、さて、どうだったかな？
Did I see a foreign mage about 20 years ago in the forest? I mean, it's all so sudden, it's like, you put me on the spot like that, I'm not quite sure.
思い出したぞ。確かにそんな男がこの村に来たことがあった。年派もいかない女の子を抱いていたのが印象的だったよ。
Oh, wait a second. Ooh. Oh, wait a second. So Kururu was here as well as a kid? Interesting. I remember there was a man like that came to the village once. I remember he was holding an incredibly, a very young little girl in his arms. It left quite a strong impact on me. I would just say it was like very
彼の
memorable.
正体や目的まではわからない。知っているとすれば、当時から族長を務めていたフンムルクくらいのものだろう。
I don't know who he was or what he was doing here. The only person who would know, like, if anybody were to know, it would likely be, Fumuruk,
女の子、それってもしかして、
a little girl. That have been.
お話を聞かせてくれてありがとうございます。フンムルクさんのところに行ってみますね。
Okay, thanks for telling us. Let's go, we're gonna go talk to Fumuruk. So, oh no, is the whole translating Kururu to Krill or whatever, however the hell you're supposed to pronounce that name? I will never remember. I don't care. Is that gonna come back to bite them right here, right now? I hope it does. It'll be so funny.
おじいちゃん
Oh, it would be so funny.
おや、まだ私に何か？
Oh, do you still need something from me?
20
need
年ほど
anything from
前
me?
にこの
Not right now, but
異
yes.
国の魔導士がやってきたはず。彼に
It's
ついて
supposed
何か
trial?
ご存知であれば教えてくれませんか？
Okay. Every time they, like, rename characters or give them pronunciations, they always just end up sounding like not names. Kryl sounds like a evolution of the Crisis engine. Like, that is a game engine, not a person's name. And then Reen is an industrial byproduct of, like, milk production. Or, like, cheese manufacturing. That ain't a person's name either. Neither of those sound like real things. I believe a foreign mage came to this village about 20 years ago. If you know anything about him, could you please tell me?
なぜあの男のことを知ろうとする？
Why are you trying to... Well, it's like... you would say, like, yeah, why are you trying to learn about that man?
その魔導士こそ私のおじいちゃんかもしれないから。
And that mage just might be my grandpa.
君の祖父だと？
Your grandfather?
ええ、血はつながっていなくとも、おじいちゃんは私にとって大切な家族です。
See, that's the thing, though, I say. Like, that hasn't stopped them before. And in this case, it's especially egregious because they chose Kururu, like the same name from the previous Final Fantasy game, because it fits in with the Lalafell naming convention. The doubled up sound. Kururu, Tataru. You know, all of that sort of stuff. By going with Kryl, now all of a sudden she doesn't have a Lalafell first name. Which is a big problem. Because that implies that, like, her grandfather, yeah, it's why they chose the name. Pretty obviously. Like, they're like, oh, this name from an old Final Fantasy game fits in with the naming convention of the Lalafell that we're going with here. Let's put it in as a reference. But, like, in this case, that would have to mean, then, that in the English, her adopted grandfather changed her first name. That's an insane thing to do. That's a thing that crazy people do. Like, I'm trying to think of an example name. It's like, okay, imagine if you like an American family adopted like a Mexican kid. You know, kid's name is like Jesus or Javier or something like that, and they're like, oh no, your name is Johnny now. No, no, no. Your name's actually, it's Jesse now, and you're gonna have to pronounce it that way. No, no, no. Ooh, Jesus, that's too difficult to pronounce. Let's just change that for you. You don't do that shit. That's fucked up. Also, we're being, again, fairly on the nose with the parallels. This is, like, one of the reasons why I'm totally fine with the story focusing on Wuklamot, because she's kind of a mirror for the other characters in general. Right, like, this line is directly applying to Wuklamot as well. He's not... You know, we're not related by blood, but my grandpa is... You know, a very... You know, he's my like, precious family to me. You know, he's family. In English, you would probably just say, you know, he's family and he means, you know, so much to me. Oh wow, that's like the exact same thing going on with Wuklamot and her family as well.
確かに異国の魔導士がこの村を訪れたことがある。なお、ガラフと言ったか。
Okay, that's... So... Actually, okay, I take this back. I was about to say the most unrealistic thing is that he would remember that name after 20 years, but then I just remembered I'm just really bad at remembering names. Like, other people are not nearly as bad at remembering names as me. So it's not that unreasonable, but still. There was a foreign mage. Visited the village before. His name was Gorofu, I believe. That's him.
その反応から察するに、どうやらガラフ殿が君の祖父で間違いないようだね。
From the looks of things, it seems that Gorofu was indeed, or is indeed your grandfather.
だが、すまない。それ以上のことは話せないのだ。
Oh. However, my apologies, I cannot say any more than this. It's like that's all I can speak on.
やっぱ黄金鏡が絡んでるのか。
Yeah, so it really does involve the City of Gold.
察してくれ。これ以上、私から言えることはない。
Please understand. I cannot say any more.
気にしないでください。あとは自分の力で答えにたどり着いてみせますから。
And that it's fine. Thank you. I'll find the like answers on my own. I'm sure of it.
せっかくですからもう一つ質問させてください。この森にかつてよカフイ族が住んでいたと聞きました。彼らの拠点があったのはどのあたりでしょうか？
Well, yeah, since we've got you here, if you wouldn't mind, I do have another question for you. I've heard that the Yokohui once lived in this forest. Would you mind telling us where their village was located?
確かに500年ほど前までここヤクテル樹海はヨカフイ族が支配していた。当時は下の森ジャティカオ森に居を構えていたと聞く。
Okay, yeah, until about 500 years ago, the Yokohui ruled the the forest. I believe at that time they made their home in the lower forest, the Zaltika,
サ
what,
カトラルの
central
出
forest,
征を
I
経た
guess.
後に一人残らず本拠地のオルコッパ茶へ退いたようだがね。
Okay. However, after like their campaign in Sakatoral, they retreated to their home in Orokopacha.
ジャティーカ大森、そこで彼らは黄金鏡の夢を
Oh, the Zaltika Central Forest, that's where they all had the dream of the City of Gold.
それだけ聞ければ十分です。ありがとう、フンムルクさん。
That's more than enough. Thank you very much, Fumuruk.
今君が歩もうとしている道に間違いはない。黄金鏡の謎を追っていけばわかることもあるはずだよ。
Yeah, we're still going with the whole Michi thing. Very hard. You're on the right path. I'm sure of it. If you pursue the... I really don't like using the word mystery for Nuzzle. But you probably kind of just have to here, like the mystery of the... Or like the secret of the City of Gold. You'll find what you're looking for.
家族のことを知りたいと願う君の気持ちはよくわかる。協力できないのはもどかしいが、真実にたどり着けることを祈っているよ。
I truly do, yeah, understand, or... It's like I know your like, desire to learn about your family. It's quite frustrating that I can't help you any further, but... I truly do hope and pray that you will... and that you can, like, find the truth.
時に、オレオ殿、少しばかり、時間をもらえるだろうか?
Yeah, by the way, would you be... Yeah, or it's like, this really is just like, could I have a moment,
ちょっと
please?
した昔話に付き合ってもらいたいのだ。
I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the past.
んじゃ、あたしらはこの広場で待ってるぜ。
Alright, they say they're gonna wait here. They're like
残って
5
もらって
feet away.
すまないね。
They're like 5 feet away, they could definitely hear. Are we gonna go somewhere else? I'm sorry to keep you like
早速
this.
だが、この村の裏手にあるセノーテ、シャダータラとゾユまで来てくれるかい?
Okay, we're going to a cenote. I'm not gonna read out that katakana name. Can I jump this? Will it let me jump this? Yes, it will. Ow.
本当は何も言わずに君たちを見送ろうと思っていたのだがね。どうやらクルル殿の姿に感化されてしまったようだ。
Originally I was going to see you off without saying anything, but it's like seeing Kururu really had an effect on me, it seems.
ウクラマと王女が君のような心を許せる仲間と出会えたこと、同族としてとても喜ばしく思っている。だからこそ知っておいてもらいたい話があってね。
Oh my god, I love MTL. I love MTL, man. Forgive her heart. Kokoro o yuruseru. God, that's amazing. It's like, what, as a fellow Shuvararu, I'm so glad that... Sounds like something Metaphor would ironic... would say, yeah. That would be the Metaphor translation of this line. It's like, as a fellow Shuvararu, whatever the race name is here, I'm so glad that Princess Wilhelmat has met a comrade, ally, friend like you that she can trust. That is why there's something that you should know.
だが本題に入る前に
It's like something
よければ
I
聞か
want
せ
you
て
to
くれ
know
ない
or
か
something you
こ
should
こまで
know.
彼女とどんな旅路を歩んできたのかを
Man, we're really going on the whole path thing really hard. But before that, could you please tell me what has your journey with her like been like this far? Thus far. It's really like what sort of, basically saying like what sort of path have you traveled? Effectively. Like that Tabiji is the
まず
kanji
そ
for
んなこともあ
Michi
っ
there.
たのかどうやらこの継承の儀は彼女にとってとても実りある旅となっているようだね
I see. So that's how it was. It seems as though the ceremony of succession has been quite... I mean, honestly, you could just say, quite the fruitful journey for her. It's fine. I don't really like using the word fruitful for Minoriaru, because it's just a very uncommon phrase in English. It ends up sounding very weird if you just translate it directly to fruitful. But I can't think of anything else right now.
教えてくれて感謝する私にはウクラマと王女を知りたいと願えどもこうしてこそこそと聞くことしかできないのだから
Thank you for letting me know. I really would like to know more about Princess Wilhelmat, but I would truly have to like do so in secret like this. I mean, I'm assuming he's kind of breaking the
では
rules.
次は私が話す番だかつて我が元にいた娘のことを
Or, like he's her real father. Now then. Yeah, now then I suppose it's my turn to speak about the daughter I once had.
シュバラール族に女性が生まれることは稀だだから彼女の誕生は大きな喜びとなったのだが16年前に背の手に落ち若い命を散らせてしまった
Nope, never mind. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this an in-universe justification for why you hadn't seen female Hrothgar up until this point? Okay, this feels like a little bit... This is definitely some backfilled reasoning for why you didn't see female Hrothgar up until this point. Women and girls are very rarely... It's like, yeah, female Goraru are very rarely born, so... Yeah, her birth was a great joy to us all, but... It was a great joy, but 16 years ago she fell into a cenote and sadly, like, her passed away. I would say just sadly passed away. It's... He says, like, her... You might say, like, far too soon for that wakai inochi.
だが真実は全く異なっている
Okay. I've gotten double faked out. Or at least that was the... Or at least, like, that's the story. But the truth is quite different.
愛すべき我が幼き娘は何者かに突き落とされたのだよ
my precious, beloved daughter was... It's like pushed in, They really should build fences around these cenote. Yeah. Someone pushed her off of that cliff.
犯人は未だに発見されていないが、目撃者がいるのだ。怪しい人影がジャティカ大森へ走り去っていったのを。
And the culprit hasn't been found, but there are witnesses who saw a suspicious person, like, running off towards the, Jaltika Central Forest.
しかし
shit.
族長の子をシュバラール族の未来を担う女性を狙う意味は大きい。一族を根絶やしにしようという思惑が潜んでいるからだ。
Okay. I missed a line in there. The, Jaltika Forest is where the Mamuja make their home. And I didn't want to, like, cast doubt on the... It's like I didn't want to cast doubt on the, like, peace, harmony we have built with them, formed with them. But to target the daughter, the daughter of the tribe's leader, of the chief, has quite heavy significance. It's like the one who would carry the future of the Shubararu themselves. Quite dire. It has what carries with it the intent, the like hidden intent, or the like further, I would say like further intent. Of like wiping out our entire race effectively.
故に私は再び
Well,
命が
that's more
狙
like
われるよ
family,
う娘の死を偽装して養子に出すことにしたのだ。
Like I said, I'm a bit cold right now. Brain no work. I gotta wake up. Yeah, therefore, and to prevent another attempt being made on her life, I decided to fake my daughter's death and would put her up for adoption. And give her up for
連
adoption
合グルージャジャ様のもとにね。
to the United King, Guru Zaza. I was right the first time.
その娘の名前はウクラマとシュバラール族の次期族長として生まれ、現在はトライオラの第一王女として大いにつかんとするものだ。
Yeah, her name was... My daughter's name was Muklamat. Well, the United King didn't, like, change her name. That's, wow, crazy. And she's now the first. She was, like, born as the next chief of the Shubararu, and is now the first princess of Torayora, vying for the throne. Whoa.
この事実を知る者は私と連合以外にいない。では、なぜ君に明かしたのか。
I mean, they did say that it happened when she was, like, ridiculously young, so... It might be the case that like, her actual name wouldn't have been particularly wide, like, common knowledge. I don't know, I think it's fine. And no one knows this other than myself and the United King. So then, why did I tell you?
あくまで疑惑に過ぎないが、もしも娘の命を狙った者が、マムークと関わりのある人物だったとすれば、その者はシュバラール族に対して黒い感情を抱いているはず。
It's only a suspicion, but if the person who tried to kill my daughter was had ties or was affiliated with the Mamluk, that person must have quite dark. Looks like must harbor quite dark feelings towards the Shibararu.
ウクラマトがセノーテに突き落とされた時のように何かが起こってからでは遅い。
This is actually a very hard line to put it in English, I think. It's like, just like, I think you would have to flip the ordering. It's like... Yeah, actually, no, you'd have to maintain it instead of flipping it, rather. Yeah, just like when Wuhan was pushed into Cenote. Like, once something terrible happens, it's far too late to do anything about it. It is, it's kind of like an obvious truism, but you kind of get what he means.
注意深く目を光らせておいてもらいたいのだ。すまないが引き受けてくれるだろうか?
So this does seem like a... Oh, and that's why... Okay. That was why the... Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. What was the... Wait, what was the English name of this quest? Because the Japanese name of the quest was Futari no Chichi. Which is like, with context now, that's like... two fathers. But that could also mean, like... Without full context, that could mean a couple of different things. But now with context, it's talking about, like, oh, Wuklamat has two fathers, very progressive family. Wow, Wuklamat... Actually, technically, she's got three. If you count the two heads as two different dudes. Incredibly progressive family. But, okay, so the quest name in Japanese is Futari no Chichi. What is the English quest name? A Father's Grief. It all goes tumbling down. Bro, come on. There's no way. This really is, like, I'm gonna... Okay. To do a little bit of a pivot again, I would say a decent reason as to why I'm so forgiving of the semi-formulaic and cliched nature of a lot of the developments that are occurring right now in the story in Dawn Trail is because I really am kind of just viewing this as like a Disney movie. And I did recently watch that fucking incredible video by Sideways about the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And, like, the villains and the themes and everything, it really does feel Disney. Like, they're very simple, they're very accessible. But they don't really need to be anything else, necessarily. Like, I don't think Beauty and the Beast gets improved substantially by giving Gaston, like, a mid-act character development moment where he's like, he has like a whole song about how he might be wrong or whatever. I don't think the Hunchback of Notre Dame gets improved by, like, having Frollo have a moment where he, like, you sing Hellfire and then he's got a song before Hellfire where he's like, you know, maybe turning around and seeing things from other people's perspective, and then he does Hellfire. Like, no. Like, a lot of the villains in those stories are just... They're intentionally simplified because they're really just foils for the hero's story. Which I think is fine. Like, you can do that. You know, it's a good formula that has very reliably made, you know, emotionally resonant stage productions and films for like a fucking century, basically. Potentially more. Right? Intentionally having your villains be less developed and less complex than the hero. You have the heroes just... Like, the villains are everything that the hero isn't. They're dramatic opposites, etc., etc. And so, a lot of the times when there's been things so far in Dawn Trail that have been kind of cliched, or kind of the thing that you would expect, or not like the most realistic or sensible, I've been more forgiving towards them because I'm viewing it through the lens of like, okay, we're prioritizing the main theme, we're prioritizing the big arc, and so we're paring down the fat to get to that moment. And I'm okay with that. Like, I would prefer maybe a little bit more complex storytelling. But it doesn't necessarily feel like the things that they've been doing so far in the story have been mistakes, so much as they've been, like, this is what they were gunning for. And I understand that that's being quite charitable to the storytelling. But I have been enjoying it. Like, there's definitely been moments where I'm like, alright, whatever. But they haven't been, like, they haven't been immersion breaking yet. We'll see if that continues. But the reason why I'm saying that now is because the whole quest name here thing, the whole Futari no Chichi thing, we just had a very straightforward and clear movement through this series of scenes. You start off with Kururu wanting to learn about her adoptive grandfather. Wuklamot has her own adoptive father, and now we're learning about Wuklamot's biological father and why he had to give her up for adoption. Right, there's a very just clear progression and flow there. You know, there's nothing unnecessary in between. All of that stuff was just in service of getting us to this scene and having this plot development in a natural way. And then by changing it to a father's grief, you fucked that up. Because it's supposed to be equally, like, this scene is supposed to be equally about Funmuruk and Guru Zaza. It's supposed to be about both of them. That's why I'm so back to the thing. I really would like you to keep a close eye on her. I know it's a lot, but would you be willing to do that for me? Like...
ありがとう。念のため伝えておくが、これは伝王の選者としてではなく、かつて彼女の父だった者としての頼みだよ。
Yeah, like, okay. 二人の父。かつて彼女の父で、かつて彼女の父だった者としての頼みだ。I need to check this line. I need to check this line in the English. 110%. So, he says, thank you. And, like, just so you know, or to be clear, I'm asking this of you not as the United King's judge, but as the man who was once her father. Who was once her father. He clearly is making a direct statement of he does not believe that he is anymore. I need to check this line. I knew it! I knew it! If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the keyboard slam randomly generated password still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. So I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant Selector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? You don't understand human emotion at all. Straight up, not in the slightest. This is an incredibly sad line. Like, okay. So a thing that I do a lot unintentionally is when I'm reading lines like this, I kind of get into character. It's just kind of like a habit. And, like, I don't know how you can read that line without, like, fucking feeling something a little bit at least. Right? And they couldn't be more explicit in the Japanese with what he said. There is no room for interpretation. There is no room for interpretation whatsoever. He does not say as a father at all. He says, I am not asking you as the United King's judge, but as the man who was once her father. かつて彼女の父だったもの。だった。Past tense. No longer. There is no room for interpretation. These are not equivalent in the slightest. That is such a profoundly sad line. Like, you can feel the melancholy from that. And this is again what I mean with the whole Disney thing, right? Like, that's a Disney line. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's, like, this is a very straightforward, simple, resonant emotional beat. I'm not asking you as the United King's judge, but as the man who was once her father. This is like if you changed the line from Toy Story 2, from like when somebody loved me to somebody loves me. The whole point is the past tense. Yes, somebody loves me. Everything is beautiful. Man, what a weird song. No, when somebody loved me, they no longer do. The man who was once her father, I no longer am. And the best part is that I saw that line. I hate this superpower that I am obtaining. God, what was that? What's that, like, awful crime drama? Is it Monk? Am I gonna piss people off by calling that awful? I don't remember what it was, but I remember that there was some, like, really bad crime drama where the main premise, like, the whole premise is that the guy who's, like, a detective or a forensic analyst can, like, get into the mind of a killer. Right, like, he can just look into a crime scene and see it through their eyes, because he, like, goes into, like, a blood frenzy, like, he becomes the killer, and so he can understand exactly why they did what they did. very silly. I'm becoming that, but for translation, where I can see a line like this. Columbo? No. Columbo is a trickster deity. Just one more thing. I saw you do it. I'm gonna have to send you to the Columbo dimension. But I saw this line. Yeah, I don't think it was Monk. Yeah, I don't actually know which one it was. Apologies to all the Monk fans. But I hate that I can see lines now. That I can see lines like this. That are just like simple and emotional and very clear with their messaging, very clear with the point. かつて彼女の父だったものとしての頼みだよ. Like, and then I just immediately know that they fucked it up. I immediately know that they didn't translate it. I don't know how I know. That's the thing that bothers me. I don't know how. I can't explain why. It's like being able to see like art that somebody posts on Twitter and just being able to know that they draw like absolutely horrific pornography on the side. Like you can just tell by the art style, right? Like there's something about it that makes you go, something off about that. Like they put a little bit too much detail on some weird spots. And you could just tell. No, but the thing is that it's not just this game. It's other games too. But like... Kashitani, I understand that you're baiting, but still. That's bait, but still. But this is like this is the line from the character. This is the line that the entire section was building up to. And I could just tell that they would screw it up. As a father. It's so, like, they get rid of the emotional beat in favor of a bunch of god-awful additional purple prose about enemies lurking in shadow. But they can't land the plane on the man who was once her father. Oh my god. Yeah, and your character does like an eyes closed emotional flashback moment.
ここから先はトライオラの王としてじゃなくてよ、ラマチの親父として話がしたい。悪いが付き合ってくれるか?
Yeah, flashback. I'm asking you not as the king, but as Ramachi's father. Yeah, and you're giving him like that.
その表情の意味はわからないが、引き受けてくれて助かるよ。私とウクラマと、いや、ウクラマと王女の関係は、ここだけの秘密にしておいてくれ。
Yeah, you have that look, like, you can get the implication that you're not supposed to agree with him when he says, was once her father. You're supposed to be like, oh, you know, you are still her father. And he doesn't really understand that. Right? Like, I'm not quite sure what that... that look you gave me really means, but thank you. And please keep... Yeah, but the relationship between Wuklamot, or... Oh, I should say Princess Wuklamot, and I, a secret. Oh shit. Oh shit. Things are going to go bad. The literal for this is like a fight to protect, like, their smiles. You know, it's like a fight for happiness or whatever. Yeah! Oh wait, no, you didn't become sentimental in the English though, did you? Yeah, remembering the past, I got quite sentimental there, I'm sorry.
私はもう少しここでセノーテを眺めているとするよ。君は先に星覚えの園庭まで戻る
I'm
といい。
going to stay here and look out over the cenote for a while. Okay. God, man, that's such... It's so awful. That's on par with the crunchy tacos thing, man. That's one of the most important lines in the entire expansion so far. That's the entire emotional weight of this fucking segment. And you just got rid of it entirely. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. I understand that they have to do this from a gameplay perspective. Of like, oh, you can't be queuing up for like dungeons and stuff while doing a quest that has combat in it. But at the same time, it does completely spoil that there's about to be combat.
これより物語が大きく進
Oh shit. There's going to be a lot of story. Very rapidly, apparently.
よう、何の話だったんだ?
Hey, what were you talking about? It's a secret. It's a secret.
ま、いいけどな。通りがかったシュバラール族に聞いた話じゃ、ティーンベク東道の復旧にはまだ時間がかかるみたいだぜ。
Well, you know, whatever. That's fine. Heard from some Shubararu passing by. It seems like it's going to take a while for the tunnel to be restored.
それなら私は少し休ませてもらうわね。
Okay, I'm gonna get some rest. Okay.
んじゃ、私も。
Yeah, then... Yeah, I'll go too. Get some rest. Shouldn't we be going with her?
おっと、お待ちください。
Hold up right there. Who is?
お前はバクージャジャの手下の私に何か用か。
Yeah, you're one of Bakuya Jaja's like henchmen. You need something from me? What's going on?
一緒に来てもらいましょうか、王女。嫌なら断ってくれてもいいですが、その時はあんたの大事な人がどんな目に遭うか。
Would you mind coming with me, princess? Of course, you're free to refuse, but if you do, what? Like someone quite, like who knows what might happen to someone very important to you?
私の大事な人だって、一体何のことだ?
Someone important to me? What are you talking about?
お仲間の方は心当たりがおありでしょ
I'm sure your friend got an idea, maybe. Oh, what, did you kidnap Aaronville?
さすがは王女、物分かりがいいようで。それじゃ、おとなしくついてきてくださいよ。
Well done, Princess. It's like you get the score. Now then, follow me. Don't cause a fuss. We don't have any, like, proof? Who has been kidnapped? Who is being threatened? Yeah, I could definitely see these quests needing a beat between. Where are you bringing us? Who do you mean? Who are you talking about? Kurura? I would imagine it's Aaron. I would think it would be Aaronville. Oh, wait, no. Oh, they mean her father. Yeah, okay, that needs you need a little bit more of a beat between these two events. I would say, yeah. Humuru, what are you? Mukange, okay, yeah. Bakuja, what are you up to? What are you getting at? And, like, don't drag. It's, like, unrelated. You might say, like, don't drag strangers into this to try and get your hands on my gems. Strangers? Yeah, I would go strangers. I don't think there's anybody who's less of a stranger to you than him. Oh. After all, Fumaruki is your real father. I mean, they do have the same hair and everything. Oh, you don't believe us? It's all true. We heard him talking to the... Yeah, we overheard him talking to the adventurer over there about it. Okay. Now, considering this usage of oyoshi in katakana, I think I would probably want to retroactively not go with old man, then I'd just say dad. Is it true? Fumaruku's my dad? If you're not saying that he's not, then it must be true. Ooh! Oh wait, that's fun. And if you get it, then and put that gem of yours on the line and would have a, like, yeah, have a duel with me with that gem of yours on the line. It's the bet. Yeah, and if that adventurer gets in the way, well, yeah, we'll kill your father. I mean, I would imagine that would immediately disqualify
汚い
him.
真似ばかりしやがって。
Honestly, you probably just have to go with, like, you damn coward. For this kitanai.
本当の父親とかそんなことは関係ねえ。そこにいるのが誰だろうが人質取られて黙ってられるか。
Yeah. Whether or not whether he's my real father or not, it doesn't matter. You have anybody hostage, and I'm not gonna like what let you get away with it.
来やがれ爆風じゃ。今日こそてめえをぶっ飛ばしてやる。
Come at me, Bakujaja. Today, here and now, I'm taking you down.
相変わらず異性だけはいい王女様だ。
It's like, what, you got a lot of, like, energy, princess, but that's all.
人質を丁重にお連れしろ。取り戻そうなんていう無粋な真似ができないようにね。
And take good care of the, just like watch over the our hostage there, will you? So they can't, would like try any dirty tricks to, like, what, get him away from us?
ちなみに、メス猫ちゃんが負けた時もパパ猫ちゃんを殺すよう命じてあるんだ。だってその方が盛り上がるからね。
Okay. We've already established the whole Miss Nickel-chan thing, so I'm just gonna say, by the way, if you really should be something working in, like, the word kitten or something, I just don't wanna... I don't wanna say this. I'm too tired to have the energy to read these lines out in English. They're very effectively obnoxious, but they're very effectively obnoxious. And they've got orders to... It's like, kill that, you know, daddy of yours. You know, your papa. That'll make... Yeah, that makes things more fun, after all. You know, it makes things more
心配す
exciting.
んな。ここまでお前と一緒に旅路を歩んできたんだ。今さらあんな野郎に負ける私じゃねえさ。
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I've like been going down. I would go with like I've been going down this road with you all this time. I'm not gonna lose to a, you know, to that bastard now. Hey, look, it's like you're a mentor, and you get to like she's gonna grow and change.
安心しろよ、ビビリ兄弟。お望み通り。
BBD 兄弟。
こっちは一人だ。そうじゃなきゃ怖くて戦えないんだろ。
God damn. How do you respond without sounding mad? Oh, how do you even do this in English? BBD Kyodai. Because the problem is that you can't just say, like, cowards, right? You can't just say cowards. The problem is you also can't say, like, scaredy cat, because it's, you know, it's got cat in it. And whatever, I'm just gonna say, alright. Yeah, don't worry, you cowards. Yeah, just like you wanted. 2 of you and 1 of me. Otherwise, you'd be, yeah, too scared to fight me, wouldn't you?
誰がビビってるって
You're saying we're scared? Heh. Damn! BBDRO. Okay, these are some fun options. Your options are like, Wukmat's not gonna lose to the likes of you. You should, what, run away before you get hurt? Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything, so, you know, don't you worry. And then use the little coward insult again. I would need time to think of something to do for, like, BBD Kyodai, BBDRO. BBDRO. I'm gonna go with the bottom option. Yeah, don't worry, I ain't gonna do anything. Fucking coward. Oh man, MTL. Okay, this is another one of those ones where for all of these, just rely on the voice acting right now. I'm not in the, yeah, I'm not in the mental space to, come up with, like, clean insults for these sort of things. He's basically saying, like, you're her handler, effectively, referring to you as, like, a pet owner, essentially. And you're gonna make, you know what, you're gonna make fun of me? Kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Play a few matches of League of Legends, you'll be in the perfect mental for this. No, if I was going to play a couple of matches of League of Legends, I would be reduced to a drooling mess. Like, you play enough League of Legends and you just stop being able to speak any language. This is like you're gonna regret this adventure. I'm gonna, like, you know, like, dice her up, cut her into... It's like mangle her, mince her, right in front of you. I'm assuming this is one of those sections where we're going to get to play as the character, right? Like they've done in the other ones. Hey. You're up against me. You forget? You forget that? Ooh. God, I would really want to do something for this. Again, these are the lines that I struggle with the most. In terms of giving them just, like, clean glosses as you're going. This is the sort of thing where I'm assuming, like, you know, in a day or two, if I were to look back at the line, I'd be able to come up with something relatively decent fairly quickly. But in the moment, It's basically just, there's no way I'm gonna lose to a, you know, a coward like you who only knows how to pull cheap tricks. Yeah, that's not... I mean, you could say follow in the footsteps there and be fine. Okay, yep, you're gonna be controlling Diplomat. That's actually a thing I was going to... Okay. I was actually... I didn't want to say anything, I didn't want to say anything because I was like, oh man, what if I'm wrong? But now that I'm saying it now, it makes me sound like I'm just like, this is an option select. I will admit that I am option selecting here. I'm going, oh, I totally saw this coming, but I was only going to say anything. Like, if I was wrong, I wasn't going to say shit. 100%. I am owning that. However, when they're like, oh, you know, moriagatte, like, oh, that's going to make things more exciting. I was like, hang on a second there, Baku Jaja. You make the stakes too high, that's going to start bringing out some dunamis effects there. Potentially. So this is going to be like the big... Oh, wait a second, I really like this. I do think that they probably wanted to have a break between it, but this really is like a straight up mirroring of the Warrior of Light's first time, you know, like hitting the limit break and popping the fuck off. Like, this is her first big, like, real hero moment.
Ukuramaと専用のリミットブレイクは敵に大ダメージを与えつつ HP の回復にも利用できるので積極的に活用していく。
Okay. Yep, they're just saying use the limit break. Oh god, what do these abilities do? Okay, dash, AoE. Own HP. So what? Single target, multi-target. Hang on. Oh god. Wait a second, so what is this 2 combo? Oh god, trying to read these as I'm going is such a pain in the ass. It was AoE? That's what I thought, but then I just couldn't use... Okay. I assumed that it was AoE, but then I saw that it had to be targeted. I'm like, that's not the Warrior AoE. Warrior AoE doesn't need targeting. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it's just targeting. And then so it's heal and then OGC, right? Sure. Oh no, wait, that's Rage. Never mind. Well, yeah, I know that, like, some AoEs are targeted, but, like, I just meant... Ordinarily... The Warrior AoE is not targeted, if I remembered correctly. Yeah, it's like that, you know, the omoi will becoming, you know, power. So what? Gotta send them into the fire. Oh wait, no. I thought I was sending him into the fireball there. Okay, it was just a knockback. Yeah, it's like I don't. It's like, yeah, who cares about being a, what, like, inferior race, whatever. I'm going to take you down. How long are you gonna, you know, how long are you gonna keep, be able to keep saying that? You know, like, we'll see how that, you know, we'll see how if you're still saying that and whatever. Yeah, you know, she's different than before. Yeah, okay, through the, you know, ceremony of succession, I understand. Yeah, I've learned, yeah, about the people of this country and myself. Okay, so I want to get knocked back into the donut one there. Yeah, we're back to the whole omoi thing. Okay, I thought it was going to be a knockback. I thought it was going to be a knockback again. I feel a little bit lied to, that it wasn't a knockback again.
どうだい？
こんなのはどうだい？
How about this?
どれが本物かメス猫ちゃんにわかるかな？
You know, which one's the real one? I mean, it's probably the one fucking glowing. I would guess it's the one that's glowing. Yeah, the problem here is that if they keep translating that one to will, like to emotion, that ain't gonna work. Okay, this time are we doing knockback? Or is it just gonna be stand on the donut again? Okay, we're not doing a knockback. What is peace? I finally understand. And peace means, you know, a nation where everyone can live in happiness. Come on, kill her already. Let's kill her already. I mean, it is very similar to Real Warrior, where it seems like it is relatively impossible to die. Okay, how far back am I getting knocked back here, though? Okay, I was able to get back in. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay, yeah, you know, following in my... Yeah, it's like following. I don't really like saying following in his footsteps, or that, but it's like, you know, inheriting. I'm just gonna say following in his footsteps, but the meaning there is more of like an inheritance thing. Yeah, gonna kill you. Oh, they give you forever for that. Okay, Genkai o koeru. Yeah, okay, transcend. We're hitting that transcendence. Yeah, quest name drop. Sick. Yeah, that was like... Okay, yeah, we can't stand to watch this any longer. We're joining in. Yeah, bring it on. Bring it on, motherfuckers. Yeah, this is... It's between, what, me and her. Oh, it's like, what are you... Yeah, what, you're trying to, like, embarrass us. Cut up. Yeah, this isn't just your fight. Oh! Yeah, you can't... You can't lose here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, what, you're bringing in your friend some, like, what superior race you are. I mean, this is kind of tight. This is kind of sick. I do think there probably should have been a quest between the last one and this one. But that was pretty sick. I think somebody already posted it, but then I immediately forgot about it because I don't care.
取られた筆跡は確かに返してもらったぜ。
This Tuscany. This is basically the sort of thing that you would say when, like, you know, you're doing a business transaction, right? Like, it's a confirmation of, receiving a service, right? So saying it right here is pretty cold. As in cool. Honestly, I might go with in English. Okay, to go with like how badass this line is in the Japanese, I would probably just go with something like, "Thanks for the gem back." Right? Like it's something like that, just saying, "Thanks. Thank you very much, taking that back off you." Yeah, I actually like that. Just, "Thanks for the gem back."
バカな。この俺様が劣等種に力負けした。
What do they... Okay, I'm not gonna look it up again, because we already spent too much time looking at the English this time. But you could hear just how many times this dude says... 劣等種. 劣等種, 劣等種, 劣等種. Constantly, over and over and over again. Like, it's very intentional that they're having them say this. A lot. Yeah, how could I have lost to an, an inferior? Like a lesser race like you.
しかも手下の加勢を受けてなおたった一人のメス猫ちゃんを相手に
Even with all of our like henchmen helping us, that was just one, just one kitten did this to us.
お前はこれまで汚い手段を何度も使ってきたな。
Like all of this time up until now, you've pulled a whole lot of like dirty tricks.
みこしを奪おうとリヌハヌたちを脅したり。
It's really not trick, like
私だけならまだしも
underhanded
周りを危
methods,
険にさらしてきた。
maybe. Yeah, you threatened Hanu to try and steal the shrine, unsealed the Varyaramanda. Like if you were after me, that'd be one thing, but you put everybody else, you put others in danger.
だが、その卑劣な行いもここまでだ。もう二度とみんなの笑顔は奪わせねえ。
This is the last time. Now, I'll never let you take... It's like, yeah, I'll never let you take their smiles away from them again, ever again. Again, this is one of those moments where... This is probably personal bias, honestly. Like, this is probably just personal bias. Just saying smile is probably fine, right? To me, eigo, and in Japanese, sounds way more natural than lines including the word smile in English. To the point where I would maybe want to see if you could find something else. But it seems like such a central theme that you probably just straight up can't. And also, that's just my own personal bias. Like, I'm sure, yeah, you could go with happiness or something. But this is one of those situations where I really can't say with absolute certainty, oh, this isn't equivalent, right? This is one of those situations where if you're actually interested in maintaining equivalency, you need to be very careful. Because you can't let your own personal bias get in the way and then you just become an editor. Right? If you're like, ooh, that doesn't sound quite right, I'm gonna just change everything. In this case, my genuine takeaway is, I read the line in Japanese, mo niroto mina no ego o ubawase ne, and that feels natural. That feels totally fine. But I say in English, I'm not going to let you take their smiles away from them. And it feels weird. It doesn't feel right when I say it. And that literally might just be me. And as such, this is again why you have like a team or something, where you're like, does this sound weird? Is this like universally weird enough that we think that it would cause people to have a negative reaction to it, where there wouldn't be otherwise? Is there an equivalent phrase that is equally impactful, like happiness? Like in this case, you could just sub out the word smile for happiness, and that's a bit more natural. And yeah, that is still making a change, but it's not really like, you're not making a severe change, right? Necessarily. Like, as much as it gets used as an excuse for massive changes, and just like the translator's own personal, like, desire to be a writer, you do still need to do, there is still an element of localization where there are things that sound good in one language, and other things that audiences would think are overly cheesy or overly weird in another language, causing a rift. That doesn't give you carte blanche to change everything. You need to have a damn good reason. Like, you need to have a damn good reason. It should absolutely be the absolute last resort. And that's also why I'm bringing it up here instead of saying, like, oh yeah, you just sub out AO for happiness, 100%. Easy fix. You know, fix. Right? There's nothing wrong with it. So ideally, I would want to keep it, like, smile if you could. But this is one of those situations where if you talk to enough people who were bilingual, who spoke languages, who were competent, and they're like, yeah, ego in this context really does come across as more like happiness, then happiness would also be potentially valid. Oh! Oh shit! Wait, is that what I think it was? Wait, say, was that what I fucking think it was? Hold on, let me go back there. I understand that you're not supposed to do that. It's like supposed to flash on screen, you're not really supposed to know what you're looking at, but... Oh, fuck. I think that those are like burial urns. Oh, no. I think that those were like burial urns. Like, Okay, to give my guess on what's going on here, the, like, whatever cult makes this, the two-headed peoples, like, they go through a lot of attempts to make, you know, the perfect or the ultimate superior life form, and others would be discarded. And Bakujaja would probably be quite aware of that. Like, the whole time that he's been doing stuff, he's kind of been, like, they've been talking as though he's completely subservient to some greater force. Like, he isn't actually confident in himself. So, I think that those are probably, like, burial urns. And he's having, like, an immediate flashback of, if I am not superior, I'm dead. I'm worthless. That's my guess, at least. That was the immediate thought that I had on seeing that. I don't know if I'm right. But I mean, that would make sense for him to, like, run off in fear. It's like, we blocked that road off. Did you forget?
何？あれはバクージャジャの仕業だったのか。
Wait, Bakuja. So that was Bakujaja.
常時誌に描かれている連合の旅路で、まだ行ってないのは友の章の舞台であるマムークだけ。
Yeah, out of all of the places in the epic of Toraora, or the United Kings, like epic, the only place we haven't been yet is Mamuk, the setting of the chapter of the friend.
だからマムーク方面に行くための洞窟を塞いでおけば、立ち往生したあんたらをこうして誘い出せる。残りの遺跡を奪うためにね。
And that's so we blocked off the cave leading to Mamuk. To like, it's like, yeah, so we could lure you all out, you know, while you're stranded like this and steal the gems we needed.
そういうことか。ってそんなベラベラ喋っていいのかよ。
Okay, that's great. Okay, they're doing an effective cutting of the tension here. Oh, I see. Wait, is it okay for you to be telling us all this?
構いやしませんよ。どうせ俺たちの負けなんだから。
I mean, is it really all? Yeah, that's what. Like, wait, is it really all right for you to be telling me all this stuff? It doesn't matter. We've lost. Or it's like I don't care.
人質は解放しましょう。
And just as promised, we'll release the hostage. I would say that, like, this whole development is kind of similar to... This has been a recurring problem throughout the expansions, where there's been, like, weird pacing bits. You know, sometimes they have a bit too long of filler between quests. Sometimes they don't have enough time between developments. But, like, the scenes themselves are quite good. Yeah, I mean, you look at them and they are kind of like... They got the same hair and everything. They look very similar to one another. I mean, it makes sense for him to not have said anything before. I don't mind that. You know, it makes sense for him as, like, a hostage to not really say anything, and considering how much he actually cares about Uklamat. he wouldn't want to either. You know, I can understand just not wanting to put any, like, additional burden or anything on her. Sorry for... It's like putting you through that.
怪我とかしてねえか
Are you... Are you alright? You're not hurt, are you?
あのさお前が私の親父だってのは
それにしてもあの爆風ジャジャを打ち破るとはさすがはグルージャジャ様のご息女だ
Oh, come on. That's... Would have expected a don't worry about me. I don't know. Like, I feel like that actually lines up with what he's doing here. Like, and it lines up with the whole the man who was once her father thing to me. Right? He's intentionally distancing himself. He's intentionally trying to remain a stranger. Like, to me, that does make sense. Because of what he's doing, like, it lines up with what he's doing right here. He goes like, hey, you know, the thing about you being my dad, that's... And then he just goes, how very well done to, you know, defeat Baku Jaja. How impressive. You truly are, yeah, King Kuru Jaja's daughter.
Toraiyoraの第一王女ウクラマト様今日までのあなたの成長を私も誇らしく思っております
Like, I do like this. I do like this direction for the character. Yeah, first princess of Toraiyora, Woklamat. It's like, you really gotta get this right for the tone. Because he says, 私も誇らしく思っております. It's like, I must say, I too am, yeah, quite proud of your growth. He's distancing himself. He's using a whole lot of polite language. He is remaining in outgroup.
私の名はウクラマト
Yeah, and then she's not going to use she might not use the princess thing. She goes, yes, my name is Woklamat.
連王グルージャジャの娘でありこの国の王となるものだ
Yeah, and so both the, you know, father and daughter use the whole mono expression. And daughter of United King Kuru Jaja and the next king of this, you know, of this country, of this kingdom. This nation's next king. Both of them are doing a... They're both distancing themselves on the surface in a sort of implicit understanding. I actually like that. It's a very Japanese development for this sort of character, but I do think it works. Like, they're intentionally remaining as strangers. You know, that's lining up with the whole, he does not view him himself as her father, and so she is not imposing that onto him either. It's a sort of bittersweet understanding, right?
ウクラマトさん、一見疲れてるみたいだけれど、どこか晴れ晴れとした爽やかな表情をしてるようにも見えるわ。二人で何？
そろそろティーンベ
みんなもう戻ってきてる。あたしらが最後だったみたいだな。
Everyone's back. Looks like we're
そ
the
れ
last
に
ones
し
to
て
get
も
here.
バクージャジャの手下連中が火星に来た時、あたしの勝利を信じて見守っててくれてありがとよ。
Yeah. And when Bakuzaja's, I guess you could just say like men or henchmen came in to help. And thanks for believing in me and watching over me.
バクージャジャのように誰かの笑顔を奪おうとするやつはきっとこの先も現れる。
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be more people like Bakuzaja who try to again like take. This is why I'm like the happiness thing, right? Because it's like take people's smiles away from them versus steal away their happiness, right? Because it's like I don't want to be the guy going like, oh, actually. But at the same time, to me, like, the first thing that comes to mind isn't the word smile, it's the word happiness. Like, that just feels like the natural meaning of the phrase.
その時、お前がそばにいてくれるとは限らねえ。だから、あたし、一人で戦えるってことを証明したかったんだ。
Yeah, and when they do, there's, no guarantee you'll be there with me. I wanted to prove that I can, fight on my own.
ま、雲行きが怪しくなったら、素直にお前に泣きつくつもりだったけどな。
Okay, that's great. But, if things really were looking bad, I was going to come back, going to come, beg you for help. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's one of those ones where it definitely is the word smile in terms of literal meaning. But it's just that in Japanese, you more often use the word smile as a, symbol of happiness, right? It's very prevalent in, song lyrics and things like that as well. Where, similarly, I think you would actually do the same thing in the other direction, though. I think that there are plenty of times where in English media, if a character said, I just want to see you happy, you wouldn't actually translate that to, you wouldn't use the word shiawase for that in Japanese. You would probably use egao. I think it is actually a two-way street, where in Japanese, if you use the word shiawase too much in these sort of situations, it would also sound weird. Oh shit, we're doing a cutaway to Kona.
Mamook に通じる道はまだ塞がったままのようです。最後の試練に備えて、今は体を休めておきましょう。
Okay, the road to Mamook is still blocked. We should rest and gather our strength for the, to prepare for the final trial.
ラマチじゃありませんが、お腹が空きましたね。後で炊事場を借りて、シャブルクピビルでも作りますか。
Okay. I'm just trying to think of how you actually say this. Masenga. He is deflecting. What do you do for this in English? I actually don't know. Maybe like not to be like Damashi, but I am quite hungry. Perhaps we could like borrow one of those kitchens once more and make some more shaburuk bibiru.
どうやらお気に召したようですね。
And it appears what suited your tastes. You quite liked it. Yeah, it is
恥ずかしがる必要はありません。馴染みなき事物に触れ、知りて魅力に気づき、好ましく思う。それはとても自然なことです。
Yeah, like I like that these two characters are kind of having they're opposites in a way, but they're opposites going through the same arc. And there's no need to be embarrassed. It's perfectly, yeah, it's entirely natural to come across new things. It's like, learn of their charm, their appeal, and come to like them.
そう、僕は無知すぎたんですよ。これまでトライオラの人々が守り続けてきたものや、これからも受け継いでいこうとしているもののことを。
Yeah, I was far too ignorant of what the people of Toraiora have protected, have like held dear all this time. It's like of what they intend to pass down for the
父上
future.
はトライオラ女子誌の旅路を通してこの大陸に生きる人々と絆を結んでいった。それが後のトライオラの建国につながったのです。
And through his journey in the epic of Toraiora, my father, it's like formed bonds formed. Yeah, I'd say bonds. You might say bonds of fellowship. I actually did like their usage of the word fellowship in the translation of that, like saying that the quote from the United King. It's like, yeah, that led to the formation of Toraiora. The founding of Toraiora, rather.
とつ国の技術でトライオラを変えることに夢中になるあまり、そこに生きる人々のことを見ようとしてこなかった。
Ah, okay. I was so obsessed with changing Toraiora with foreign technology that okay, it's like the そこに生きる人々のことを見ようとしてこなかった。I'm trying to think of the exact way that you would want to word that, because it's very precise. It's not I have not paid any attention to the people who live there. It's like I never tried. Like I never even tried to I don't really like using the phrase pay attention, right? But you also don't really want to use the phrase no here either. You might say it never even crossed my mind to, like, pay attention to the people who actually live here. Yeah, I didn't even think about. Or, like, I never even tried to pay attention to the people who actually, to the people who live here. Or the people who live in it, rather.
こんな僕が王になったところで民と絆を結ぶことなどできるとは思えません。
If someone like me became king, I don't... it's not I don't think. Really. できるとは思えません. I think you would go with how could I? Like, if someone like me were to become king, how could I ever, you know, form those bonds with the people? Like, form that bond with the people. Might have to go singular there. Hey, look, that's like a good acknowledgement.
絆を結ぶってのは相手を認め相手に認められるってことだ。
This is one big... That doesn't work too good in English. Or at least I can't think of a way to make it work. Mitome? Mitomeru? Mitomeru is another one of those words. Mitomeru is going right up there on the list with, like, omoi, sasuga, egao, of words that get used very frequently that do not have a good equivalent in English. You might have to add in a little bit of extra fluff here that I would really not like to add in. Something like, you know, forming a bond, or means like accepting others, parentheses, for who they are. You might have put in a for who they are. Or accepting others for who they are. You know, and them doing the same for you.
それは決して簡単なことじゃないが、一つだけ俺たちからお前に助言してやれることがある。
It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not easy at all, but there's one piece of there's one piece of advice we can give you.
まずは相手にお前のことを知ってもらうんだ。何を見て笑い、何を見て悲しみ、何に対して怒りを覚えるのか。心の内を知れば自然と距離も縮まるもんさ。
Fuck. That's my translation of the line. One word. No. So, okay. This whole thing is so annoying. This whole thing is so annoying. I think you might go with, like, you have to let them in. I don't think you would say, like, you have to let them get to know you. But the whole, like, knowing thing is a main theme. So you probably do have to use that. Fuck me. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. I think you might have to do both. You might have to say, like, you have to let them in and let them know, like, let them know who you really are. And what makes you laugh, what makes you sad, what makes you angry. Yeah, if they can know what's in your heart, again, this is the heart thing here is actually critically important, just like it is in metaphor. It's like once they know what's in your heart, you know, you'll get closer before you even realize it.
無知ゆえに争い、知りて絆を結ぶ。
Yeah, ignorance leads to conflict, knowledge leads to the fellowship. I actually really do like the fellowship thing there, but I think you would just keep it like that.
ですが、どうやって僕のことを知ってもらえば。
Yeah, but like how do I like let them, this one you might say let them in, let them get to know me. How do I do that?
私も他人に思いを伝えることがひどく苦手です。それゆえにあなたには親近感を覚えもするのですが、これだけは申し上げたい。
Hey, look! I understand that I didn't put the MTL up on screen, so I can't just like immediately start popping off about this as though everybody in chat speaks perfect Japanese. But this is why Urinja and Thancred are on his side. Like they're like him. That's the point. I too am utterly terrible, hopeless at conveying my thoughts, my feelings to others. Ah, それゆえにあなたには親近感を覚えもするのですが、これだけは申し上げたい。Fuck. This whole thing is really like, I understand that I'm getting stun-locked a lot here, but these are very nice, very heartfelt lines. And so I'm trying to put my reaction to it into words. Because like this phrase here of saying like, you don't say like, I feel a kinship with you. The line that he said is like, I feel a, that shinkikan is like affinity, right? Like a sense of familiarity, really. So, again, this is one of those things where it might be overstepping a bit, and if I was, I would absolutely be like, okay, yeah, going too far. Right? But to me, this very much reads as the sort of thing that in English you would say, like, that's why, like, seeing you reminds me of myself. Is probably what I would go with for this. So seeing you reminds me of myself, but still, I'd like to say this.
おぼつかない言葉であろうと、伝えてこそ始まるものもあるのです。
its peak. Ah, man. Again, this is the sort of, like, I really like this expansion, man. I really like this expansion a lot. Because even though they're focusing in on Woklamat and Kona, they're giving the, you know, the sages and the members of the Dawn, like, these real hero moments to shine. Like, it makes the moments where they get to, like, have these mentorly, almost like fatherly one-on-ones with these characters really impactful. They work really well. Because, like, this is the... Like, Uriansha already had this arc, right? He came to the conclusion of this character arc in Endwalker. And so now he gets to, as a character who has completed that arc, actually look back on it and put it into words. Like, this is a one-sentence summation of Uriansha's entire, like, 10-year character arc. And it's put really succinctly and really wonderfully, I think. Obotsukanai kotoba de arou to tsukaete koso hajimaru. Hajimaru mono mo aru no desu. God, I swear I can read. It's like... I'm trying to think of, again, I'm trying to find the words to... Hang on, I'm going to take Urianger's advice. It's like, even if you can't quite find the words... Like, they'll never know unless you try. And taking his advice, that's not really exactly what he said. There's a little bit more poise to it. And a finished translation of this line would definitely use different words. But this is a very powerful line, so I'm actually just going to straight up follow the advice. Even if you can't quite find the words, they'll never know unless you try. I'm not going to look up the English for this. I'm also going to take his advice, and it's not actually his advice to not look up the English. This line doesn't say, do not look up the English language translation for Final Fantasy XIV Golden Legacy, worst mistake of my life, Peter Griffin. But spiritually, it's there. Do you understand? Like, again, man, as kind of cheesy as that is, even in Japanese, I don't know, there's something, like, really nice about it. Really, really beautiful.
初めて会った時、王を目指す理由を尋ねたよな。すると、お前はこう
This does not spark joy. Yeah, when we first met, we asked you why you wanted to become king, and you told us this.
国の技術を使い、人々を豊かにしたい。それが孤児だった自分を王子として遇し、留学させてくれたことへの恩返しになるはずだから、とな。
Ongaishi. It's, I want to bring the, this technology from abroad to enrich the lives of the people. That's my way of, it would be my way of repaying them. For, like, still treating an orphan like myself as a prince. you know, and letting me go abroad to study. You know, letting me study abroad.
俺は何をしたいのかって計画じゃなく、なぜそうしたいのかって理由でお前を気に入ったんだ。
Yeah, that's not MTL. Incorrect. Because, okay, the kinitanda is kind of equivalent to saying, like, you know, I like you, kid. Like a kind of fatherly sorta. Honestly, you could just go with that. It's like, you know, that's why I like you, kid. Or, you know, that's why I'm on your side. You know, not because of, like, what you want to do. It's not because of what you were trying to do, but why you wanted to do it.
トライオラの連中にも同じように伝えてやれ。そうすりゃ気づいてもらえるはずだ。
Yeah, so... Yeah, you just need to let everybody in Toraora, you know the same. It's like, and I'm sure they'll get it.
その仏頂面の下に隠した思いよな。
Or actually, no, the Kizuita there, it's like, I'm sure they'll come to realize. It's like how you really feel. It's like how you really feel underneath. Okay, so Chozura is almost like almost the equivalent of like resting bitch face. You don't want to make it too long, but it's kind of something along the lines of like how you really feel underneath that. Like underneath that frown of yours, you might go with.
今後はもう少しだけ努力してみます。思いを言葉に乗せられるように。
I'll be sure to try a bit harder. Yeah, I'll try harder to it's like to be able to put into words how I really feel or what I really think. Once again, Urianger and Thancred are good dads.
「それでティーンベクトー道の復旧にはまだかかりそうなのか」
Okay. So we're still talking about the cave. Is it opened up?
開通次第フンムルクが連絡をくれるとは言っていたが
Not sure. Hunruk said he would contact us as soon as it was open.
いよいよお次が最後の試練よ。黄金鏡を見つけるためにはバクージャジャに奪われたヒーシも取り戻しておく必要があるけれど。
And next up is the final trial. In order to find the City of Gold, we'll need to get back that gem stolen by Bakujaja first, but... Or it's like we also need to get back the gem stolen by Bakujaja, but...
ああ、それならさっき取り返してきたぜ。
That's such a fucking cool line again. Right? Like when she gets the stone back, when she gets the gem back, she just goes, "Ah, thanks for the gem." And thanks for the gem back. And here she goes, "Oh. Yeah, I just got that back. Yeah, I got it back just now."
どういうこと
Wait, what?
私たちの知らないところで一体何があったんだい？
What exactly? And what happened when we weren't looking? What happened that we don't know about? Do I actually check that original line?
野郎をぶっ倒してキーシュを奪い返したのさ。
Do I question? Do I? It's that line. There's no way that they translated it right, and I kind of want to illustrate it. Right? But at the same time, it's like, it was such a nice line that I don't really want to... I don't even really want to know the English. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's the... She's doing the same arc that we did. Right? We've done the same thing. You gotta tap into all that dunamis and go apeshit. And so, you know, beat the crap out of Bakushasha and took back the gem.
一人でバクージャジャと戦って勝つなんてあなたやるじゃない。
Oh, you went up against Bakujaja alone and won. Not bad, huh?
へへ、お前らと一緒に旅路を歩んできたおかげさ。
Yeah, the same little laugh. It's thanks to you all being here with me. You know, being here on this journey with me.
皆揃っているようだな。復旧作業に当たっていた者たちからティーンベクトー道が無事に開通したと知らせがあってね。
Ah, I see you're all present. Okay, the tunnel has been
これ
reopened.
で友のショーの舞台であろうマムークへと進めるわけだな。
Okay, so we can go to Mamuk.
マムーク、確か古くからマムージャ族が暮らす町でバクージャジャの故郷って話だったわね。
Okay, it's where the Mamuk. It's the village of the Mamuja. You know, since what, like ancient times. Bakujaja's hometown as well.
ヒーシがハマっていない最後の石板に描かれているのはエオルゼアの冒険家ケテンラムが連王に謁見している光景。その舞台となったのがマムークだという話だが。
Yeah, the last tablet that we have, which does not have its respective gem, it depicts the Eorzean adventurer Ketanam meeting with the, having an audience with the United King, and evidently that occurred in Mamuk.
マムークに行くのならば気をつけたまえ。
If you're going to Mamuk, be careful. You ought to be careful.
シュバラール族とマムージャ族の戦いが終わりを迎えた後、両部族は連王のもと融和を図り、友好的な関係を築くに至った。
Okay, if you're... Yeah, okay. After the war between the Shivararu and Mamuja came to an end, or ended, the two races reconciled under the rule of, or like by, the United King, and developed a friendly, amicable relationship since then.
当時、融和に肯定的だった マムージャ族の大半は、その後、他の部族との共存を受け入れ、王都へと居を移した。
At that time, the majority of the Mamuja who supported this, reconciliation? Or it's like, at the same... no, never mind. I'm trying to think of the way to word this. It's just saying, like, the people who supported reconciliation then later moved. It's like they began to accept, you know, living alongside other races, and many of them moved to the capital. So then, the people remaining in Mamuk would be the
一方で
hardliners.
マムークに残った者たちは争いこそ起こさないが、下の森に閉じこもって他部族を遠ざけている。一体何を考えているやら。
But, yeah, those who remain in Mamuk, yeah, don't cause any conflict. However, they seclude themselves in the forest below and keep, yeah, what the other races at a distance, at an arm's length. Who knows what they're thinking?
マムークがどんなところで、どんな奴らが暮らしているのか、言ってみりゃわかるさ。トライオラの王になるなら、どの道知らなきゃならねえことだ。
Dolomichi. I love MTL. I'm sure we'll learn what sort of people live there and what Mamuk is like. You know, once we go see it for ourselves. And after all, if I want to become the king of Torayora, I'm gonna have to, you know, learn about it either way.
んじゃ、あたしらはもう行くよ。同族であるシュバラール族の歴史や、シャブルクッピビルのうまさを知ることができてよかったぜ。
We're heading out as well. I'm glad I was able to learn about, yeah, like the history of the Shivarara and just how delicious Shabaru Pibira is.
あわよ、フンムルク。また会おうぜ。
And see you later, Fumuruk. Yeah, it's like, yeah, see ya, Fumuruk. Honestly, you'd probably just go with see ya again, Fumuruk. Actually, rather. Instead of doubling up on it.
まずは、ショブリと敗戦場を越えよう。ウクラマトがバクージャジャと戦ったという場所だ。分かれ道が多いから迷わないように気をつけてくれ。
Alright, we're back to adventure shit. I mean, I would imagine it's going to take a bit more of a serious turn once we get down there as well. Okay, we're going to go across like, the Ashen battlefield. There's a lot of force on the road, try not to get lost. Branching paths.
"本当に大きくなったものだ。
That's like what she really has grown so much. Actually, you might just go with a straight up, you know, like she's, you know, gotten so big. This is very much like a fatherly statement of physical growth. Oh, that's a long-ass ride. Actually, okay, so if it's this long of a ride, I am going to check I'm gonna check the English for that Urianger line. Oh my god. Yeah, they did exactly what I thought they would. Well, I mean, I ain't got shit else to talk about. I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles I see mine own, painful in their familiarity, yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward we must indeed take that first step, dispense with pretense and simply be. Hey, notice how Urianger in the English isn't dispensing with pretense? Notice how he's like nothing but pretense? Actually? Like, that just sucks, man. The Urianger line, like that it got me a little misty-eyed, right? Because it really is like a one-sentence version of his arc with all of the, like, tragedy that is implied. You know, because that's like the whole thing. Urianger not being able to find the right words for how exactly he feels about something has led to him making decisions that he massively regrets. And so that character saying, like, even if you can't find the right words, they'll never know unless you try. Something along those lines. That's, like, impactful, meaningful, whereas this is just, like, long-winded word salad. The Urianger lines in Japanese are succinct. And they're relatively succinct because he's actually grown. He had a character arc where he no longer has to be as exacting and long-winded and precise in order to feel as though he's gotten across his point.
ゾラーチャ王子やコウの王子はすでにマムークへ2つの部族を相手取って戦いを終わらせるなんて本当すごい。
And talking about the United King being able to
ここでバクージャジャからヒーシを
put
取
an
り
end to
戻
that
した
sort
後
of to
彼
that
は
war
テ
between
ィ
the
ーンベク
races.
東道の方へ走り去
イクブラー社を出るときにたっぷりしゃぶるクッピビルを買い込んだのによ。気づいたらあと一つしか残ってねえ。
When we left the Ikubrasha, I bought a ton of Shafuru Fiviru, but before I knew it, there was only one left. Everybody else is talking about important things. Uklomad is out of snacks.
ジャティーカ大森へと続くティーンベク東道はこの道を進んだ先だ。
Okay,
さあ、
yep,
行くぞ。
the tunnel leading to the forest is this way. Let's go. Okay, we're probably gonna have another one of those narrated cutscenes when we go into the next zone, so I gotta be ready on those. The Aaronville narration as you walk into the new zone. Ooh. I could just jump down that, but I'm not going to. Ooh. Oh no, they've got anti-jump protection. Kuro's right here, actually.
この先大きく道が曲がっているから気をつけてね。私も注意しな。
Yeah, yep, the path curves up ahead, be careful. Hey, wait a second, that looks relatively similar. Like, it's a similar, like, jar-looking motif thing. I might be wrong, but...
途中復旧作業に当たっていた人とすれ違ったのだが 彼によると、少し前に突然バクージャジャーがやってきて、最後に残っていた倒木を一蹴りで粉砕していったという。
Okay. I passed somebody who was working to clear the path. He said that a while back, Bakuya showed up out of nowhere and crushed the last like fallen tree with a single
や
kick.
はり相当の力は侮れない。そんな相手に立って一人で勝利したウクラマとは見事というほかないよ。
Yeah, you really can't underestimate the power of the two-headed ones. Not being able to win against an opponent like that all on her own truly is
バク
impressive.
ージャジャはティーンベクトー道を通ってジャティカ大森へと向かったようだ。
Okay, let's just let's go into here. Be careful. Proceed with caution. Ooh. I like this music as well.
かつてマムージャ族が上の森へと攻め入る際に掘ったのがこのティーンベクトー道だそうよ。大昔にこれだけの穴を掘るの。
Okay, yeah, just saying that the Mamuja dug this cave to try and get to the the upper forest. It's must have like taken a lot of efforts. What exactly was that term again? Hang on, I can't read it in that small of font. Oh yeah, it's like the it shows a lot of like drive, tenacity. Ooh. Oh, I am a very big fan of this. I fucking love this style of I love this aesthetic so
す
much.
げえ、なんだよこの光ってる大岩は。
Oh, it's amazing. What are these glowing, huge glowing rocks?
オタクもこの輝きを帯びた岩が気になるのか？
Oh, you're curious about these the glowing
なら
rock.
この石をグリーナーの自鉄鋼を近づけてみるといい。
Okay, take this stone, this like gleaner's magnetite up to it. I mean, I'm assuming it's like these are the asteroids they were talking about,
輝
right?
きを帯びた岩にグリーナーの自鉄鋼を近づけると
Yeah, it's
強い
magnetic.
力で引っ張られくっついてしまった。
Yep, pulled by a strong force, stuck
自
to
鉄
it.
鋼がくっついただろう。つまりその岩には鉄が含まれてるってことだ。一説では大昔に天から降り注いだ隕石らしいよ。
Magnetite stuck to it. Yeah, it means what rock contains iron. One theory states that there's one theory or one explanation is that that these are like meteorites that fell from the sky incredibly long time ago.
しかもこの隕石は今なお異質なエーテルを放射してるらしくてな。周辺の植物が青く発光する原因になってるそうだ。
Well, actually, I mean, they already use the term radiation for ether, but like it seems as though there isn't like the same concept of radioactivity just because they're already utilizing like the general energy structure of this setting doesn't allow for that concept necessarily. Like it's etheric in nature. So considering that they're like ether-based life forms effectively, would you say ether is? Actually, they go into it. Ether is they use it as a stand-in for what's the term? What's the term? For Bayesian matter. I think? Or no, not Bayesian matter. What's the term? It's dark, like you've got dark energy. Baronic, yes. Yes, that was the term I was thinking of, I think. Yeah, baryonic matter, rather. Because they actually, like, they specifically went into the ratio that they gave for dunamis to ether, or, like, other matter in the universe was the exact, it was the exact ratio for the projected quantity of dark energy in the universe. Like 68 point something percent. Yeah, they said, like, dunamis accounts for, like, 68 point something percent of energy in the universe, and then ether is, like, only 5%, which is a direct parallel between, dark energy and then ordinary baryonic matter being, like, 5% of the matter in the universe. You know, the energy in the universe. Like, they actually do justify it, which I really like. This game is just sci-fi. This game is a hard sci-fi setting, which I really love, actually. Yeah, and so, yeah, the meteorite's still emitting a strange, like, foreign ether, which causes the, yeah, they really do. Causes the, surrounding plant life to glow blue. I mean, like, literally, what, they call it, like, what was the name for the drive in the spaceship in Endwalker?
これが隕石、こんなもんが天から落ちてくるなん
In
て
English, it was
おっかねえぜ
like the, oh yeah, ether burner. Whereas in the Japanese, they used the term for, they used the Japanese translation of like, the black hole drive that was present in, I can't remember exactly which novel it was featured in first, but it was, like, a very old, sci-fi novel from, I think, like, the 50s or the 40s. And it's like a black hole drive, and so really it should have been like an etheric singularity drive was the name. Yeah, that's the kanji. What, shukutairo, which shukutai is like degradation or denigration, but it's a translation, like, that phrase when I looked it up. It's used a lot in, like, mecha stuff as well. But it's a translation of the black hole drive from, hang on, I can actually just look it up. Black hole starship. Yeah, I think, I think the first time that it was, like, really popularized, the concept was in Imperial Earth by Arthur C. Clarke in 1975. Right, like, so the that Shukutairo is the Japanese translation of that concept from Imperial Earth. Right, in which basically the concept in those books, if I'm remembering correctly, is that you have a stabilized miniature black hole, and the conversion of matter to raw energy at its event horizon is harnessed for energy, I think. I can't remember off the top of the dome what exactly the justification they gave in the novel was. It was either that or, like, a constantly reforming and then collapsing it. Yeah, it's like you would dump matter into a stabilized miniature black hole, and then the radiating energy that would be created, like, from that would be able to be, you know, incredibly powerful. I didn't actually read all of Imperial Earth, so I don't remember exactly how they justified it. But that was why when I got to that section in Endwalker, I suggested that you would call it an etheric singularity drive. Like you know, singularity, black hole. Instead, they call it an ether burner because it burns ether like a big bomb that keeps going off. Forever. It's like if somebody tried to describe like an internal combustion engine to a 3-year-old. You put in a bunch of spicy water and it blows up a lot. And that, like, the big boom makes it go fast. Wow. But, like, the game has been sci-fi since ARR. Like, it's the thing that really makes me like the setting a ton is that they don't, like, sidestep around the back end of how the universe is supposed to work. They actually have proper explanations and justifications for how ether works, and the way that ether is then shown to affect things logically follows from those base conclusions. It's good. It's a very good central concept. Anyway, back to the game. Oh, that's a... Oh, so that's a meteorite. It's and terrifying to... It's so scary to think something like this could just fall out of the sky.
Oh, 追いついてきたか。
Oh, you made it. Or it's like, oh, you caught up. Ooh.
この色、まさしく青の森だわ。
Okay. Yeah, the kanji name there is the Blue Forest, but it's read as Yakuteru.
イクブラー社があった上の森とは趣が全く異なるね。
Compared to the upper forest of Ikubrasha, it's the feel. Yeah, it has a completely different feel.
南に見えるのがマムークみてえだな。あそこに行けばもっとこの森
They
を知る
really
ことが
do
でき
go
る
out
は
of
ず
their
だ。
way to make the cool
ここ
stuff
までの
less
旅で
interesting.
そうしてきたようにさ。
Because, I mean, they do that for, like, basically all of the technical descriptions that they get into about how exactly ether works as well. Like, when the Japanese script goes into excruciating detail about all of, like, their, you know, in the Charlayan sages, when the PhDs start talking shop about how exactly ether works, they tend to kind of gloss it. Or just kind of, like, make up stuff that sounds vaguely accurate. Leading to the world feeling a whole lot less real. Okay, yeah, it looks like, and we can see, Mamuk to the south. Yeah, if we go there, I'm sure I'm going to be able to learn more about the forest here as well. Just like I've done all on the journey so far.
よっしゃ、行こうぜ。最後の試練を越えて黄金鏡を見つけるんだ。
Alright, let's go. I'll overcome, pass the final test and final trial, and find the City of Gold. That's probably wheel. Let's pass the final test and find the City of Gold. Yeah, I mean, I would say that there's definitely, like, there are some things that are not explained super well even in the Japanese. You can definitely still get the feel that the game was made by multiple different people over, you know, over a decade. There was clearly, like, development and fleshing out and things that were, you know, they didn't really have the answers for at the time. But so far, playing through the game, I have been able to, like, through just speculation and extrapolation, figure out some pretty major plot points. Like the whole soul split thing. Which really does show that, like, the information is there in the Japanese, right?
よし、早速連合の戦者を探すか。
友好的な
Like
マムー
things
ジャ
follow
族は
logically.
ほとんどがトライオラへ居を移し
The point where if you are poring over every line, you can figure out some of the implications. Also, why is it always raining in every single new zone that we get to? It's every time, right? This is my first time ever actually being here, but I'm certain this is Mamuk.
あまり騒ぎ立てない方がいいだろ
Remember what Fumunuk said? We best not draw too much attention to ourselves, cause too much of a commotion. That's like... Yeah, people of the Great Forest, the Mamuja.
まずは連合の戦者を探さねえと
Okay,
な。
we gotta find the
う。私た
Night
ち
King's
が
Judge.
今いる広場から2つの道が伸びてい
Take
る
a
よう
look
だね
around the city. Okay, two paths leading out
ア
from
リゼ
the
ーと
square
クー
here.
ルさんは南側の通路で連王の戦者について聞き込みを頼みたい。私とエレンビルでその道の先を調べてみよう。
Okay,
俺
we're
は
just splitting
クラ
up.
マトと共に北側の通路を探してくれ。では、行動開始だ。
Alright, let's begin. Okay, we're just splitting up and going around. I feel like, okay. I mean, these trees are huge. You can't really do much about it. But I was gonna say, like, they got a lot of... You might want to, like, look at these... In these tree roots out of the way of the main road. But I mean, this place is also, like, half abandoned. Right?
なんか誰も話を聞いてくれねえぞ。
So, oh no! No one is willing to talk to me. Kirabo? Wait, what? That's like... That is a weird way of saying, like... nah, that's fine for just saying, like, blunt. I don't know why I got caught up on that. That's a totally
話し
normal
かけ
word.
ようとした途端、
Yeah, again, nobody's talking to us. We are being given the cold shoulder entirely. This is the worst thing about this class. Straight up, this is the worst thing about this class. The fact that this needs to be targeted makes it so annoying for just general overworld traversal. My hot take, every single movement ability should not be targeted. I don't give a fuck what it does to balance. I don't care if it means, like, oh, this class gets to have the most dashes in the game. Just give them, like, one fewer dash charge or something. I don't give a shit. Targeted dashes suck.
クー、どいつもこいつも無視ときた。俺を、そっちはどうだった？
Yeah, everybody's just ignoring me. How'd things go for you?
一人もまともに話を聞いてくれねえなんて、マムークの連中はどうなってるんだよ。
Okay. What's going on here? None of them will hear us out at
商
all.
店みたいな建物があったから、そこに行こうぜ。
Okay, there's like a...
客相手に無視したりしねえだろ。
Oh no! there's a, you know, something that looks like a store over there. Let's go there. You know, they're not just gonna ignore a customer, right? That's more like there's no way they'll ignore a customer. They will. They will. They totally will.
よう、ちょっと話を聞かせてくれねえか。
Hey. Want to talk for a second? No. Fuck
同
off.
胞以外と話す舌は持たぬ。
I have nothing to say to outsiders. That's like I have nothing to say to... Really, it's like anyone who is not Mamuja. But you could just go with outsiders.
同胞ってマムージャ族じゃないやつとは話したくねえってことか。
You might go with... You could also just go with, like, outsiders. You're not going to talk to anyone who isn't a Mamuja? Oh, he's just going right back to checking inventory. Here's where Wuklamad is going to have to learn what to do if people just utterly refuse to open up about anything.
参ったな。話すらできねえんじゃ。連王の戦者を探すことも、マムークのことを知ることもできねえぜ。
Yeah, I don't know what to do. If they won't talk to us, we won't be able to find the United King's judge or learn anything about the, you know, or learn anything about Mamuk.
皆、聞こえるかい？町の西側に大きな石造りの建物がある。急いで、そこまで来てくれ。
Can you all hear me? There's a large stone building on the west side of town. Hurry and get over here at once. As soon as you can. All right. Let's go. I'm assuming that this is the Bakujaja backstory zone, which I am very interested in. It seems like they might be having the, up above. They might be having the Mamuja take kind of like a... They've kind of got like a lot of, Aztec iconography. Oh, yeah, it's a literal fucking sacrifice platform. That's yeah, they're doing an Aztec thing. This, like, that's a fucking sacrificial platform. Okay. He's like, I can't even... It's like I can't overcome even, like, his illusions. Ooh.
ソラージャ兄様、それに親父？
Or it's like even his illusion. Zoraja and Dad.
あのグルージャジャ殿は本人ではない。前世紀の彼を呪具で再現した幻影のようだ。
And that isn't Guru Jaja himself. It's an illusion of him, like in his prime. What, created through a like magical artifact tool, something. Ah.
あの壺のような呪具を操る彼こそがマムークの長であり、最後の連王の戦者でもあるゼレージャ。
So okay. The thing here is that you've got the word jugu here again is one of the several terms that they have used for like, magical tools. It's got, like, a negative connotation to it, kind of. A little bit. I don't really know what to do for these. These always... I can never figure out what to do with these, like, magical terminology ones. You definitely don't want to use something like focus. You can't use, like, cursed item. I don't know, you might go with, like, magical apparatus. Something like that. Controlling the men, controlling that vase, like, magical instrument, whatever, fuck it, is Zereja, the final United King's judge and, and leader of the leader of Mamuk. Zereja.
トライオラでは最強の武人と呼ばれているらしいが、一つの頭なんぞに相当を超えることなどできぬわ。せめて素直に付き人の加勢を認めればよかったもの。
Ooh. Now you're known as the like greatest warrior in Torayora, but yeah, a single-headed one like yourself could never surpass the two-headed ones. The Shitotsu Atama and Soto. I can't think of a way to make these sound good in English. You would have to do something. Again, I'm saying that a lot this stream. But coming up with them on the fly is such a pain in the ass. At the very least, you should have like, accepted the... Like, should have accepted assistance. You know, you should have had the assistance of your attendant. Yeah, you have to defeat Guru Jaja's illusion and prove your ability to, like, surpass, you know, a two-headed one. That's the trial that he's set up. He's placed forth.
ゾラージャ王子は単身で試練に挑み敗北した。だが真の問題はその後の振る舞い。彼はただ負けただけではなく。
Oh shit. Prince Raja took on, you know, the challenge, the trial alone, and failed. It was defeated, but the problem was what his conduct following it, his behavior afterwards. He didn't just lose, he...
愚か者め、敗北を認めていれば友の試練の失格だけで済んだものを私に刃を向けるとはな。
Oh shit. Oh, you fucked up. Oh, wait a second. They said straight up, oh, he's disqualified, like, entirely then, right? Like, that was the thing that the Hanu chieftain person said. Like, if you try and harm one of the judges, you're just, like, auto-disqualified. Like, you're just fucked. There's nothing else you can do. So he's fucked. Oh, no. Yeah, this guy ain't getting a redemption arc. And you fool. If you had accepted your defeat, you would have simply been disqualified or eliminated from the trial of the friend. However, like, as you know, turned your blade on me.
継承の儀から追放となった貴様は継承候補者にあらず、どこへなりとも消えるがよい。
You are disqualified from the ceremony of succession and are a candidate for the throne no longer. It's like wherever you will go, like, be gone from my sight. He's gonna kill that guy probably. If that guy tries to talk, oh wait, no, is that Sarajeja? That's his worm tongue, right? I can never remember what these dudes look like. They've got like 2 character models for this entire race. Uh,
まだ終わってはおりませんぞ。黄金鏡にたどり着くのはこの私です。
it's not over. I will be the one to reach the City of Gold. To find the City of Gold.
友の試練に失敗した兄さんはゼレージャに切りかかって秘跡を奪おうとしたのさ。だがそれも阻まれた。父上の幻影によってね。
I really like that. I really like that, actually. That's... I like the symbolism there. Okay, so it's after failing the trial of the friend, Zoraja tried to attack Zereja and steal the gem from him, but he was stopped by our father's illusion. That illusion of our father, or like that phantom of our father. That's like literally being tormented by the ghost, the concept of his own father who he cannot live up to. It's like a physical representation of his inner conflict. I like that. You know, it's like the that's like the God, that's like the equivalent of in, like, imagine if in The Lion King, right? You got Mufasa in the clouds, but he just goes up to Simba and says, "Fuck you. You will never be king. You're worthless. You piece of shit." That's basically what just happened. My beloved, and my dear, my beloved son. Welcome back. Okay, wait, I like this. I like this a lot too.
祝福の兄弟たる総統として生まれた者だけ。この試練はお前のためにあつらえたようなものだ。
Both of the villains are incapable of living up to the expectations of their fathers. Interesting. I like it. Like, he's coming back here with his fucking tail between his legs. And it's like only you, the blessed brothers. Like, yeah, born as, like, the blessed two-headed brothers could, possibly surpass the United King Guru Jaja. This trial was made for you. And it's like this trial was made specifically for you.
ここまでの旅で得た素晴らしい成果を父に見せてくれ。
And now then, before we begin the trial, show your father your. It's like your no doubt or your fantastic achievements thus far. They ain't got shit.
どういうことだ。なぜ筆跡が揃っていない。
What's the meaning of this? Why do you not have the... Why do you not have the rest of the gems?
これまで何をしていたのだ、爆風じゃじゃ。
What have you been doing? Yeah, what have you been doing all this time? Bakujaja. It's really like, what have you been doing? You know, what have you even been doing?
Ma, よい。お前にも事情があったのだろう。案ずることはない。足りなければ奪えばよいのだから。
Yeah, I'm sure yeah, there were, you had your reasons. There's nothing to worry about. If you don't have enough, you can always steal take the rest.
例えば、そこの二人からな。
For example, from the two of them over there. You know.
奪おうとしたさ。けど負けちまった。何度やったって、俺様じゃ王女には勝てねえ。
Like the inversion. I like the inversion here. It's like they're literally doing the exact opposite things. You've got the physically smaller and inferior Toraja who can't live up to the, like the image of his father. And then you have the massive and like physically imposing Bakuzaza who can't live up to the expectations of his father. In both cases, with both the antagonists and the protagonists, if you put them together, you get the whole story. I like that. I tried to take it from them, but I lost. Yeah, it's like, no matter how many times I try, I can't win. I can't beat the princess. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the deepest thing known to man again. And like this dynamic is played out in tons of this style of movie where you've got like a physically impressive, imposing, massive, powerful character who is powerless in front of their much less physically imposing, parent. Like, there's no way that his father has any actual, like, physical command or power over him, but it's just the expectations, right? And the way that he's talking, the vocal delivery on this line I also really like, because he really does sound like a kid, right? He doesn't sound like an adult here. He sounds like a child who is sulking. Like, he's just going, I just can't do it. You're telling me you're raised as the greatest of the two-headed ones. You're telling me you lost to to an inferior race such as them? Is that it? Yeah. Okay, so Ibosho is a bit different than just saying, like, it's not just saying home. It's like a place of being, a place of belonging, right? It's a little bit... It is a specific term. It's like, I'm trying to think of... I again want to be very specific for this. You don't really just want to say there is no place for you here anymore. But you also don't just want to say this is no longer your home. But I also don't want to say, like, you do not belong here. So, pick one. Yeah, 他の兄弟たち同様。敗作? Oh. Yeah, okay, so I was right. I was fucking right. So, okay. 失敗作? That Saku is... He is actively dehumanizing Bakujaja with that statement. Right, he's referring to him as a thing. I don't know how you would exactly convey that in English. Like... But it's like, get out of my sight. Just like the rest of your brothers. It is you failure. But, I don't know, in English you might say like, you're just another one of my failures. Or something along those lines to indicate that he's... that might be going a bit too far with it, but you would ideally want to indicate that he is referring to him as, like, basically like a thing that he made that did not live up to the QC standards. And he's just like, whatever, fuck it, get rid of it, let's try again. Like, oh, this painting didn't come out that well, scrap it, start over. Like, he's just some failed prototype.
行こう、兄者。
Oh no. Oh no.
この継承の儀で我らが王権を手にするはずだったのにあの出来損ないめ
Yeah, he's going hard. Dekisokodaime. Yeah, with the ceremony of succession was supposed to, like, give us the, you know, the power of the king. It's like the power of the throne. That worthless failure. Camera's gonna wait his... I can't imagine we're going to actually go along with this.
全ての継承候補者が敗退すればグルージャジャとて玉座に座り続けるしかあるまいさすればいずれ改めて継承の儀が行われるはず
No, if all of the candidates for the throne fail, Guru Jaja will have no choice but to remain on the throne, and so the ceremony of succession will be held again someday.
その時に備え新たな器を用意せねば
Yeah.
そうだとも残りもとっとと幻影に倒させて
I don't know if you would actually want to say vessel, because, okay, utsuwa is used literally, like, it means vessel, container, like it's an object, but it can also be used to mean, like, qualification. Like, it's already been used to say, like, somebody has the qualifications they are capable of being. And so he's kind of doing, like, a double thing here. But I'm getting the distinct feeling that they mean quite literally with, like, whatever process they're doing to manufacture two-headed children. So I don't really know if you would say vessel. This is one where I'd probably have to come back to it. It's like, I think to maintain the sort of dehumanization that he's setting up here, you would have to go with something along the lines of, and so, by then we'll just need to make sure there's another ready. Like, another one ready. Ah, that's right. We'll just have the illusion take care of the rest. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Wuhan. I'm not taking this trial. What? And you're going to withdraw from the ceremony of succession?
ここまでの試練を通して、私はその土地に住む人々や、そいつらが大事にしてる文化に触れてきた。
Okay, through the trials so far, I've gotten to know the people who live throughout this continent and the culture they hold dear.
きっとこのマムークにも、私が知らなきゃならないことがあるはずだ。
And I'm sure there's something here in, about Mamuk that I need to know.
自分が治める国のことを知らないような奴に、親父が王位を譲るわけがねえからな。試練を受けるのは、それからだ。
I thought she was just gonna fully, like, refuse to participate in general, but whatever, I get it, I do think it might be cooler if she just said straight up, fuck this. But it wouldn't really fit with what they're going for, so whatever. And there's no way my dad would give the throne to somebody who doesn't know anything about the country they're supposed to rule over. And so once I know, then I'll take the trial. I'll accept the trial.
僕も同意見です。父上があなたを連王の選者に任命したことを考えると、ここにも僕たちが知るべき何かがあるはずです。
I'm in agreement. As my father appointed you as the, one of the United King's judges, there must be something here that he believes, or something here that we ought to know. Yeah, he probably set it up because this guy sucks and he wants them to know about the horrible, fucking terrible cult thing that formed him. Yeah, go try and search for your, like, imaginary meaning. At the end of the day, you will have to fight the illusion of Guru Jaja and defeat him. That is all.
お話が。西の町外れにお越しください。
Okay, yeah. I have something to tell you, please. Come to the western edge of town. Oh, this is gonna get dark.
ゾラージャ兄さんが負けた
And Zoraja
ここに来
lost.
てとんだ大波乱ね。
Yeah. And there's a whole lot going on.
トラヨラの酒場で聞いたことがある。マムージャ族のある一族が古くより特殊な呪具を継承してるらしいとな。何でも吐き出した煙の中で
Okay, yeah, they can make illusions from the smoke.
ゾラージャ王子のお月の賢治、サレージャと言ったかしら。彼、黄金鏡にたどり着くのは、この私、ゾラージャ王子ではなく、この私ね。深い意味がなければいいのだけれど。
Zoraja's like attendant, that magician of his, Sareja, he said he was the one who would find the city of gold. Not Prince Zoraja, but himself. I really hope there's, not much else to it. There is going to be
こ
much
れま
else
で
to
出
it.
会ってきた霊能の賢者たちは一癖も二癖もある個性的な人物ばかりだったが、皆時代の王を選ぼうとする気概があった。
All of the United King's judges we met so far have been very like eccentric or unique individuals, but they all had the same like intent, the same spirit of truly trying to like determine who the next king should be.
しかし、あのゼレージャという賢者は違う。相当以外が王になることを花から認める気がないようだ。
Yeah, but the judge, Zereja is different. Seems to have no intent of allowing anyone other than a two-headed one to become
そ
king.
のような公平性に欠けた人物をなぜグルージャ・ジャ殿は賢者に任命したのだろう。
Why would Guru Jaja appoint someone so biased to be a judge?
ここで悩んでても拉致が明らかね。まずはさっき声をかけてくれた首ご族と話してみようぜ。
Yeah, I mean,
ここじゃ会話する気がある。
this is
やつ
like
自体珍しい
this is
しな
around the like turn that I thought that they were going to have for him, because like they'd been setting this up from the beginning that he's doing things at the behest of someone else that he was seemingly powerless to oppose. And that's also why he's like so underhanded, and like his heart really isn't in it, because he was never at any point actually doing it for himself. He's just, he just felt powerless to go against whatever his overbearing, probably murderous father wants him to do. Like all of the characters in the story have had fairly like severe inferiority complexes. They all feel as though they are not good enough. Yeah, we're not gonna figure it out. Wondering about it. Okay, let's go talk to the Fubio. Who wanted to talk to us.
西の町外
And
れ
it's
とか言ってた
really
な
rare to have anybody
行ってみようぜ
around here be willing to talk. Okay, let's go. I would imagine that she's not particularly happy with the state of affairs. This is some very fucked up shit that's going on. Also, this whole time we've been, like, the story thus far has been about all of these characters' fathers, and this is the first time we're seeing a mother.
こんなところに呼び出すということは、誰かに聞かれたくない話なのだろうか。
どんな話？
Okay, wonder what he want to
さ
talk
っき
about.
あのゼレージャとかいう戦者と一緒にいた人よね。信用
船は族のゼレージャといた、不備後族の女性、と。来てくれてありがとう。私はミイラじゃ。
Thank you for coming here. I'm Miraja.
ここなら、あ
ミイラ
なたたち
ジャ
と話しているところ
ミイラジャ
を、マムークの人たちに見られることはないわ。
Okay. Here, and the rest, the people of Mamuk won't see me and won't see us talking
それ
with
で
each other.
話ってのは？
So, what did you want to tell us about? You know, wanted to talk to us about?
あなたたちは、この町をどう思う？
What do you think of this town, city?
どうって言われてもな。まともに話ができねえ状態だから、マムークについて何か言えるほど知っちゃいねえよ。
I mean, I can't really say. Nobody will talk to us, so I can't really. I don't know enough about Mamuk to like have an opinion.
彼らが言葉を交わそうとしないのは、今も町に残っている者が、皆、装置の教えの信奉者だからよ。
Okay, the reason why they won't speak to you is because everyone, remaining in the city is a follower of the like Sochi. It's like a follower or an adherent of like I hate using, I don't want to say like twin blood. I don't want to say twin blood, but I might just, fuck it, I'm gonna have to. Like the doctrine of the twin blood.
力と魔力を併せ持つ総統こそ、トラル大陸の人々を導くべき、優れた種であるという思想よ。加えて、他部族の劣等種と蔑み、見下し、拒んでいる。
Okay. Now with physical and magical, physical and magical strength. It's like, the twin-headed ones possessing both physical and magical strength are restart. They believe that the two-headed ones possessing both physical and magical strength are the superior race who ought to lead the continent of Toraru. In addition, they despise and despise, reject, and scorn, look down upon the other races as inferior.
バクージャジャも似たようなことを言ってたわ。彼も装置の教えの信奉者だったってことなのね。
Yeah, Bakujaja said something similar. I guess he's a follower of the twin blood doctrine. I don't think he was. Nope.
私はもう疲れてしまったの。装置の教えを信じ続けることに。
I'm exhausted. I'm tired of holding on to belief in the twin blood doctrine.
マムークの一部にも私と同じように考えている人たちがいる。皆声を上げることができないだけでね。
There are some in Mamuk who feel the same way as I do or think the same as I do. They just can't speak up.
けれど今なら 装置の教えに疑いを持つ人々の背中を押すことができるかもしれない。
Yeah, but now we might be able to what? Encourage those, or like give those who have their doubts in the twin blood doctrine the like push they need.
あなたが相当のバクージャジャに打ち勝った事実を知らせることで、
Oh, by letting them know that you defeated the twin-headed Bakuzaja.
だって装置の教えが劣等種と歌うシュバラール族の子が優れた種である相当をたった一人で打ち負かしたんだもの。
Yeah, it's what, after all, Shuhararu girl who the like twin blood doctrine deem as inferior, defeated a superior two-headed one all on her own.
ま、次も勝てるとは限らねえけどな。あいつめちゃめちゃ強いし。
Well, I mean, there's no guarantee I win against him the next time. He's crazy strong after all.
そう、バクージャジャは狂言だよ。正々堂々と戦えばかなりの実力のはずなのに、なんでか汚い真似ばっかりしやがってさ。
Yeah, I mean, Bakuzaja is really strong. If he just fought, fair and square, he would already be, like, more than strong enough, but for some reason, he just keeps doing all these, like, trying all this, like, doing all these underhanded things.
それはあの子だけが悪いわけじゃないの。
Yeah, okay. I really like the wording there. It's anoko dake ga warui. Dake wake janai yo. She's not actually absolving him of responsibility in that line. She's saying it's not only him to blame, or like that's not only his fault.
これまでも戦いに敗れた相当はいた。
Okay, what? And what, there have been, like, two-headed ones who have, like, failed in battle?
なのに、どうして装置の教えの人々は相当を信奉し続けているのだと思う？
So why then do you think that the followers of the twin blood doctrine continue to like place their faith in the two-headed ones?
親父か。
Yeah, it's like what? My dad?
トラル大陸の頂点に立った史上初の存在は相当のマムージャ族だった。その事実が彼らに相当という夢を見せ続けている。
Okay. Yeah, a two-headed Mamuza was the first to like stand at the it's like stand at the peak of the continent of Torado, but they mean that like literally and figuratively. It's like rise to the top, stand above all. Yeah, that fact. God, the Yume line here is another annoying one. Yeah, it's like, it's because of that fact that they still hold on to the dream of, or like that the two-headed ones
私
represent.
はそれを止めたいの。マムークの人々に装置の教えを捨てさせたい。
I want to put an end to that. I want the people of Mamuk to abandon the twin blood doctrine.
そりゃ、他の部族を見下すような考えは、よくねえけどよ、お前は、なんで、そこまでして。
I mean, it's not a good thing to look down on the other races, but what makes you want to go that far? I mean, you can kind of put two and two
あなた
together
た
at
ち
this
にも
point.
知ってもらうのがいいでしょうね。相当を生み出すということがどういうことなのかを。
Yeah, I think you all should know what it means to give birth, or really that's more like create a two-headed one. This feels like it's going to be a very long quest, but I am very interested. And fuck it, we went short last time, I should go long on this one.
相当のこと、私は知らなきゃならねえ。親父の娘。
私がなぜ装置の教えを終わらせようとしているのか、それを知ってもらうためにも連れて行きたい場所があるの。
There's somewhere I'd like for you to, I'd like you to see, so you can understand why I want to put an end to the twin blood doctrine.
目的地はこの道を西へずっと進んだ先よ。
Okay, it's to the west. Follow me. Yeah, so I mean, from the first moment that they were talking about, like, the whole doctrine thing, I figured they were doing some messed up shit to attempt to make two-headed Mamuza. And I would imagine that the, current United King, Guru Shasha, is probably not a fucking fan. Oh.
あの木、隕石を取り込んでんのか。
Assuming he's even aware? That's true. He might not fully be aware, but I mean, considering that he is two-headed himself, I would imagine that they're probably going to do something along the lines of there being a similar arc for him, where he also, like, was intentionally made and had these expectations placed upon him. Yeah, that creates, like, growing around that meteorite.
かつて天より降り注いだという隕石の欠片、この森に満ちる異質なエーテルの根源だろう。
Okay, yep, it's the, like, foreign source of the foreign ether that like, fills the forest.
ミイラじゃと、さらに西へと進んだようだ。置いていかれないように急ぐぞ。
See, the thing that's giving me that I'm very interested in is that I'm assuming that being down here in the presence of all of this weird-ass alien ether is going to be affecting people. This seems like it's probably some Ultima shit. Like, I would imagine that this is very similar to the Ultima thing with the, Seiseki. Right? Just like in that shit where it's the, like, fully alien life form making ether crystals that implant artificial desires and effectively orders into people. Like, they just get completely consumed by that will. That's what this is reminding me of, especially since they're doing all the meteorite shit, and they're going out of their way to call it, like, foreign, alien. I would not be surprised at all if this is an Ultima callback. Yeah, everything's... It's like the branches and yeah, leaves all the giant trees block even the slightest bit of sunlight from filtering through the canopy.
ここは狩猟キャンプみたいね。
Looks like like hunting camp.
本当ならマムージャ族の狩人から暮らしぶりや伝統なんかを尋ねたいところだけど、今はミイラジャさんの話を聞くのが。
So I'd be quite interested in hearing about the from Mamuja hunters about their way of life, their traditions. But right now, I think we ought to hear what
さらに西に進んでいるが、
Miraja-san
私たちも追いかけま
has
しょ
to
う。
say. Okay. Oh, we're going even further west. What are they doing some like crazy ass gene splicing shit or like exposing eggs to like the fucked up alien radiation?
こんな洞窟があるなんてこれまで聞いたことがない。
Okay, yeah, never heard about this cave
これは洞
existing.
窟かしら？随分深い。
Okay,
見
let's
せた
see.
い場所ってのはこの洞窟のことか。
Place you wanted us to see was this
正
was this
確に
cave?
はこの洞窟を抜けた先を。
To be more precise, it's what's beyond the
ここか
cave.
ら先は装置の教えの信奉者すら立ち入ることが許されない禁足地。けれど心配しないで、すべての責任は私が取る。
Okay. From here onwards, even adherents, believers of the Twin Blood Doctrine are forbidden to enter. It's like a forbidden place to them, and don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for
あな
allowing
た
you
たち
in.
には知ってもらいたいの。これまで秘せられてきた相当の真実を。
I want you all to know the truth of the two-headed ones that's been kept secret all this
さ
time.
あ、行きま。
Let's go. I'm assuming it's going to be some sort of like etheric bullshit, right? Something to do with the meteors. Oh man. That's you probably go like that's a long way down.
セノーテの中に石造りの桟橋のようなものが見えるでしょ。目的地はあそこよ。
Can you see that like stone pier in the cenote? That's where we're headed.
Wow. わざわざあんな場所に相当な労力をかけて作ったのだろうね。
It must have. And to build something all the way out there, it must have taken quite a lot of effort.
あれはヨカフイ族が大昔に作った遺構だと聞いているわ。その入り口を私たちの祖先が飾り直したそうなの。
Yeah, apparently. It's what like ruins left behind by the Yokofui. And apparently what our ancestors redecorated the entrance.
一体何のために？
But why exactly?
見てもらった方が早いでしょうね。私たちが刺激する比重がいるから、それを使っておりましょう。
It'd be faster for you to just see. Okay, they've got some flying mounts. These they use. We'll use those to descend. Was it gonna be bats? Like a big ass bat? No, that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I kind of thought this was going to be like a dungeon or something. But we're just getting right to it. Oh no. Wait, is Wakushasha like going to try and kill himself or something? Wakushasha, what are you doing here?
こっちのセリフだ。無様に負けた俺様を笑いにでも来たか。
And that's my line. It's like, what, did you just come here to, like, to laugh at me for losing to you?
昔から悲しいことがあるといつもここで泣いていたわね。
It's like 悲しいことがあると. This is a very motherly line. I don't know if you would translate this to whenever you felt sad. But it is like, you know, when things like sad, whenever something sad happened is just far too weird and blunt. Like when you were sad, you always came here to cry.
Oh.
Mother. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious.
マムークのことを知ろうとしてくれたウクラマト王女なら、私たちが背負ってきた罪を終わらせてくれるかもしれない。そう思ってここに連れてきたの。
Princess Woklamat wanted to learn about Malmuk. So I brought her here hoping, like, to put an end to this tsumi is like sin, right? But I think you would probably say, like, to the awful things we've done. That's why I brought her here.
話してもいいかしら。あなたのことを。
Yeah. Okay. This 話してもいいかしら. How exactly do you want to word this? How exactly do you want to word this? I think you would probably say, like, is it all right to tell them about you? Or that's more like, or like maybe we should tell them about you. All right, in that case, you know, I'll tell them myself. This is another one of those. Man, it's been nothing but this today. Like, lines that are awkward to word. Like what? Tōjisha? Tōjisha means just like person concerned, involved. right? I don't know, like, so I don't know if you would say responsible here, because he's not really saying responsible. It's like central to, you know, the horrible things that the followers of the Twin Blood Doctrine have done. Look at this. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yes. Inside of this jar is the corpse of a two-headed infant. There's a two-headed infant. Its corpse. You might just say baby, actually, for Akko. You would just say baby instead of infant. I don't know why I defaulted to infant.
あの遺構はな、死んだ赤子たちの魂が化けて死霊になっちまわねえように用意された異例堂なのさ。
You really had to just throw Ireido at me at the end of the stream and expect me to be able to translate that off the dome. God damn it. Okay, so I actually do know this one to an extent, but okay. Ireido there. They're referring to the concept of, like, Irei is to comfort the, like, spirits of the dead. You know, to provide them some sort of, like, you know, comfort. I'm trying to think of a better word than comfort. Or, like, the only thing I can think of is Nagusameru. Like, okay, let me just... Nagusameru. Console? Really? Soothe? Kind of. It's like console. It's like those ruins are a... This is like... This whole segment right here is very, very... hard to put into English. I get what he means, so I'll just give the gloss of the meaning. It's basically saying that it's set up there to, like, console or soothe, comfort the souls of these dead infants to prevent them from, like, becoming what kind of like vengeful ghosts, effectively. Kind of. It's not, like, fully vengeful, but I mean, that's what the meaning of the, like, bakete studio there is. But it's, like, the meaning there of, like, using the Ireido there takes on a very, like, fucked up dark meaning, because it's like you're trying to give them comfort and soothe them, despite intentionally killing them, basically. And do you all know how two-headed Mamuja are born?
確か茶色い鱗の不備語族と青い鱗のブネワ族の異部族婚によって生まれてくるって。
Yeah, it's like from the what, like fuck, brown scaled Bunewa, like, and blue. Or no, it's fuck, I am just fading. Okay. Brown scale Fumigo, blue scale Bunewa, parents. Union. Born to those parents.
シュバラール族との戦いが劣勢に陥った際、内輪もめを繰り返してきたマムージャの異部族同士が結束力を高めるために始めた婚姻関係だったんだ。
Yeah, okay. Originally, when you know, the war with the Subaru was taking a turn for the worse. The, like, yeah, different tribes of the Mamuja had been fighting amongst themselves, you know, repeatedly over time. Arranged a, like, political marriage to what strengthen their, like, unity. I guess you really do just have to say strengthen their unity.
思いもよらなかったことが起きた。不備語族とブネワ族が夫婦のちぎりを結んだ結果、二つの頭を持ち、強大な力を持った子供が生まれてきたのさ。
Okay, then when something no one could have possibly expected occurred, like the union between the Fubigo and Bunewa resulted in a child born with two heads and immense strength, immense power.
その相当の子が長じて戦士たちを率いるようになるとは、シュバラール族との戦いでも勝ちが続いてな。一気に上の森まで戦線を押し上げちまったのよ。
Yeah, as the like two-headed child grew older and began to like lead their warriors into battle, like they won a battle after, or like lead their warriors, they won battle after battle against the Shivararu, and like in one fell swoop or like in an instant they had pushed the battle line, the front line was pushed all the way to the upper forest.
これに味を占めた一部の連中はさらなる相当を求めて異部族婚を繰り返したってわけだ。それが罪の始まりになるとも知らずにな。
Okay, so I'm trying to think. Ozio Shimeta? You probably just say, like, once they saw, like, the potential it held, they continued the, like, intermarrying between the tribes in search of, like, in the hopes that more two-headed children would be born, without knowing that that would be the beginning of their, like, this, like, great sin you might just say atrocity for that Sumi.
それから多くの卵が産み落とされたが、ほとんどの赤子は殻を破ることができず死んじまった。
Damn, this is really good voice acting. Yeah, many eggs were laid, but most of those babies died before they could break out of their shells.
無事に孵化する卵は100に1つだなんて言われてるくらいさ。
Said only 1 out of 100 eggs are able to hatch.
俺様だってそうだ。数えきれないほどの兄弟たちの命を犠牲にして生まれてきた。マムークの一族をトラル大陸の頂点に立たせるために。
And the same goes for me. I was born at the cost of the lives of countless of my brothers and sisters, just so the people of Mamuk would rise to the top, to rise to the top of the continent of Torar.
大人の都合でひどすぎるだろ。
Yeah. It's like for their... It's like, yeah, all just for the their parents or the adults' benefit. That's just horrible.
ああ、そうだ。ひどいよな。でも、取り返しなんてつきやしない。俺様は最初から3階の中に生まれたんだよ。
Damn! Damn! That's a very good line. Okay. Ah, fuck. Zongai. Zongai. What do you do for Zongai? Like, okay, so that Zongai is like the imagery that evokes is like basically like a mountain of corpses, like heaped bodies in battlefields or like the site of natural disasters, basically like wreckage. Like mangled bodies in the wreckage, effectively. Incredibly evocative line. You need to get this right. Like, the voice acting is phenomenal as well because he's fucking pouring his heart out on that line. Like, you have to make it work. Like, there's so many ways that you could make it not work. Like, if you said, like, oh, I was born in a mountain of corpses, that's not evocative, right? If you just said, oh, I was born in a mountain of corpses, no. If you just said, like, I was born among the wreckage and mangled bodies, not quite, that doesn't quite work either. And, like,そうだ。ひどいよな. It's like, yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, but there's no turning back. You might go something like, I was born, like, surrounded by their corpses. Or like, I was born surrounded by all their, like, mangled bodies. Something along those lines. Like, it's brutal. It's fucking brutal.
だから俺様は負けるわけにはいかなかった。体の中で死んでいった兄弟たちの命に報いるために、たとえどんな手を使ってでも勝たなきゃならなかったんだ。
Yeah, like, I know, that line is very hard to do well, because the Japanese gets to just say Zangai, and all of that is implied. Like, it paints the picture just with the word Zangai. Whereas in the English, you're going to have to actually paint the picture. But that's hard. I'll have to, like, come back to that one and see if I can figure out something good. Because, like, in the Japanese, that's fucking good. And that's why I couldn't lose. Again, this Mukuiru here is not really avenge, right? Like, this Mukuiru, to me, doesn't read as avenge. Like, this doesn't read as get revenge. It reads as, like, almost honor. Like, to repay. You might just say, like, for the sake. You know, for the sake of the, you know, the lives of all of our brothers and sisters who died in their shells. But I had to win no matter what I had to do. And we had to win no matter what we had to do.
結局このざまだ。みんなの命を無駄にした。
Yeah, but in the end, all of their lives wasted. Okay, your two options here are, like, what I've honestly, your options are like, I feel bad for what you've been through, but, or, I can't forgive you for, like, all of the violence, you know, the violent acts you've committed. I'm gonna go with the top option here. Like, yeah, the dude was a piece of shit, but I don't know, man. This kind of feels like a very much so like a kid raised in a cult. Literally.
俺様だっていっそ生まれてこない方が良かったのかもな。
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what they were saying with, they were like, oh, we weren't expecting people to like this character. I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of making you feel bad for this character. It's like, he is just kind of saying, like, maybe it would have just been better if I had never been born.
それは違う。
Yeah, you're wrong.
相当として生まれたのも、多くの赤子が犠牲になっていたのも、お前自身が選んだことじゃねえだろう。
I feel like this is a central theme coming up. The, like, children do not choose to be born, therefore they do not also choose to, like, the expectations of their parents. You have to choose your own, like, path through life. Sort of central theme. It's like you didn't choose to be born, you know, with two heads. You didn't choose, and for all those children to die.
全部相当という猛襲に取りつかれた連中がやったことだろうが。
It was all, yeah, all of that was done by, again, this sounds good in Japanese. I can't think of, it's too late in the stream for me to think of a way to make this good. This might be one that I want to come back to at, like, the start of next stream again, too. Yeah, it's like, it's, you know, that was all done by those, yeah, by everyone obsessed. And with the two-headed ones.
そいつらの罪をお前が背負うことはねえんだ。言えよ、本当はどうしたいかって。
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to bear the. I mean, it is like bear the burden of their sins. You don't need to bear the burden of what they've done. Come on, tell me. What do you really want to do? I want to put an end to it. You might go with I want it to end. I want to put an end to it. I don't want any more of... I don't want any more of them to die. And to, like... It is, like, to be sacrificed to have to die.
お前の願い聞き届けた。相当生み出し続ける奴らを私が止めてやる。
Okay. Her saying that she'll put a stop to it specifically is important. But again, this first line is difficult. You might just say, like, I'll make sure of it. I'll stop. Yeah, I'll stop them. Yeah, from... you know, making any more two-headed children.
創決の教えの信奉者たちが相当を求めるのはトラル大陸の頂点に立つためだ。
Again, I kind of want to come back to this. I'm not able to put these naturally into English at this moment in time. This is a very good development. I like this a lot. Yay, okay, thank you for summarizing it here, Alfino. This is a very unnecessary line, I think. Yeah, the followers of the Twin Blood Doctrine. Well, actually, no, he was following up on it, never mind. You so desperately want to create two-headed children is to rise to the top of the continent of Toraru, but why exactly are they trying to become the rulers of the continent? You know, if we could understand the heart behind that, then perhaps... It really would be nice to be able to speak with them to learn why. To be able to know why.
俺様を連れて行け。父上はともかく、総決の教えを信じる連中にとって、相当の言葉は絶対だ。
Take me with you. And my father aside, to the people who, to everyone who believes in the Twin Blood Doctrine, the words of a two-headed one are final, absolute.
ダメよ。追放されたあなたがまだ近くにいると知れば、ゼレージャは黙っていないはず。
No, you can't. If Zereja knew you were still nearby after being exiled, he won't stay
あな
quiet.
たの名前を使って皆をモストラルズージャに集めましょう。そこで王女様が知りたいことを聞いてもらえばいい。
Or it's like, yeah, okay, we'll use your name to gather everyone at what Mostoraru Zuja? Dude, I'm fading. Okay, we'll just like ask him anything that the princess wants to know.
俺様の鱗を持ってけ。ちょうど弟との継ぎ目あたりの鱗には、フビゴ族の茶色とブネワ族の青色が混じってる。
Okay. It's like, alright, then take like my scale. Yeah, scale with you. And the scales where my white brother and I are joined are a mix of the brown of the Fubigo and the blue of the Bunewa.
だからこそ相当に認められたものの証になる。マムークにいる連中にこいつを見せれば呼び出しには応じるだろうよ。
Yeah, it's proof that like the two-headed one has accepted you. If you show this to the people of Mamuk, they'll listen to you. Answer your call. Oh, we're literally gonna do like a handshake. I like that he's not like completely immediately doing a turn of face. He still has trouble actually apologizing. Like just saying "Warukata." Yeah, look. About everything. Sorry. Everything I've said, everything I've done. I can't imagine. I don't think you'll I can be forgiven or you'll forgive me.
そうするほどの理由があったって知れてよかった。
Oh no. You can't translate this to good reason. You can't translate this to good reason. そうするほどの理由。そうするほどの理由 is like, it's like I'm glad to know that there was, you know, there was something important enough to you. Like, there was an important, it's like important enough reason for what you did. You know, to you. Yeah.
だからよ。今はそんなに嫌いじゃねえぜ。
Ah, that's great. そんなに嫌いじゃねえぜ。You really do have to go with, like, yeah, that's why, you know? You can't say, like, don't hate y'all. You probably say, like, I don't hate y'all that much. Okay, that's a good bit.
まあ
That
嫌いなままでいるより好きになれるならその方がずっといいわよね。
they literally do a, once they join hands, the two heads start speaking in unison. Like a literal coming together, haha thing. It's, you know, better if you can like someone or care about them rather than just hating them.
ではマムークの人々に声をかけてみよう。バクージャジャに譲ってもらった鱗を見せながらね。
Let's go talk to the people of Mamook. Well, showing them the scale that Baku Jaja gave us. This really is some Disney shit, but like substantially, they're willing to go a little bit harder with that than like a Disney adventure movie would probably. But still, you know, it's your classic, the villain had some very serious and dire reasons for doing the things that they did, and it doesn't necessarily absolve them. But it makes them understandable. You made it back up. I asked everybody to go ahead. I wanted to talk to you alone. You know, I really did hate Kujaja. Oh, shit. I accidentally skipped that line. Okay. Datteo. Yeah, you know, he tried to steal the shrine, then... You know, they got in our way while we were trying to go up the river, they stole the... You know, the gem of the pot. And after all of that, they even broke the seal on the Valle Armando. I really thought I'd never be able to forgive them for what they did.
でもさ、あいつがどんな思いで戦ってきたのかを知ったら、今までのムカついてた気持ちが吹っ飛んじまった。本当に知るってことは大切なんだな。
Yeah, okay, so this is again the sort of thing that I was talking about at the start of the stream, where you can have somewhat more simplistic developments in service of advancing a strong central theme. And I think it works. Yeah, but it's like, when I found out, you know, just why he was, you know, just what he was fighting for, just, you know, why he did what he did, you know, all of that anger just went away like that. It really is so important to know. yeah, even your two options are like, you know, is it really okay to, you know, just leave it at that, or, you know, it's still important for people to atone. Like, he's gotta make up for what he did as well. I'm gonna go with the top option. It's like, is it really okay to just...
ああ、わかってる。あいつの事情とあいつが犯した罪は別の話だ。その処遇については、大いについたらしっかり考えるさ。
I understand. Yeah, circumstances, what happened to him, and yeah, the crimes he committed are two separate things. I'm going to really think over what, you know, what should be done with him once I become king.
だけど、今
Or
は
like how
こ
he
れ以
should be
上
treated.
バクージャジャみたいなやつを生み出さないために、私にできることをやるぜ。
Yeah, but now, I just need to do what I can to prevent any more, like, people like Bakujaja from being
さ
born.
て、お前に話を聞いてもらったら、なんだか覚悟が固まってきた。
It's like from being
マム
made,
ークに戻ろ
right?
うぜ。
Okay, let's go back to Momuk. Man, I'm really gonna have to, like, go back over those lines and think about how you would want to
兄弟
translate
た
that,
ちの命に報いるべくか
that
しか
Zangai.
しバクージャジャはそのための手段を誤ってしまった。自らの誤りに気づいた時に何ができるか、今後の振る舞いにこそ彼の真価が問われるだろう。かつての私がそうだったように。
Yeah, but okay, this is why this is really good too. They're relating the characters back to them. It's like, you know, what is he going to do? You know, the previous one was like he really did the wrong thing. Like, what he did was terrible, but, you know, what will he do now that he's realized, you know, the fault in what he's done? It's like who he, you know, he's going to be tested now. Like, what he does from now on will prove who he really is. You know, just like it was for me.
綺麗事すぎるかもしれないけど、相手を許して手を取り合って前に進んでいけたらいいと思う。とても難しいと分かっているから、なおのことね。
Yeah, you know, it might just be, you know, too simple, too naive, idealistic. Maybe you go with that. I do think it would be good if you know, we can forgive one another and, you know, move forward. And it's because it's so difficult that I think that way.
バクージャジャに譲ってもらったこの鱗は相当に認められた証であり、あいつと絆を結んだことの証だ。
Okay, yep, the skill given to me by Bakujaja, what he's accepted, recognized, a
こいつ
two-headed
と共に託
has
されたバク
recognized
ー
us,
ジャ
me.
ジャの思い、絶対に応えてみせるぜ。
Yeah, all of... Yeah, it's like all of Bakujaja's, you know, feelings infused, like, held within this scale. I'm not going to let him down. Yep. Takusareta Kizuna. Okay. It's still raining. Constantly. Nothing but rain. This is very good. This zone is very pretty. I like the plot development. The pacing is definitely a little bit weird. But at the same time, I don't mind them moving a bit faster at this rate. But I do think you probably could have, like... I don't know. I feel like you do kind of need a lot of the setup with the other, like, Baku Zaja stuff and the other characters to really have this payoff work at this point. But I will say, I do think that that payoff worked very well. I keep waiting for the, like, I think people were saying that, like, this was the part where where they thought, like, the story got better. So, I mean, I think we're just kind of in the home stretch, and the story is just kind of good in general. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a very well executed take on this concept. I mean, again, it's pretty much what I was expecting. It is very much so the sort of thing that you would do in this sort of story, but again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's executed quite well. Next zone is pretty much entirely filler. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go, filler. But I would say, like, it seems like, in general, I like that they're doing an expansion with a very focused, like, pared down set of central themes. And then they're just really laser focused in on those, right? They're not trying to work in a bunch of ancillary bullshit. It's like they got their story, they got the thing they want to say, and they're sticking to it. Everything so far pretty much has been in service of just those main handful of central themes. Which I appreciate. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. I will see you all on Wednesday. Remember to subscribe or whatever if you're not already. I guess. Comment, whatever. Or don't. I always hate self-promotion. It always feels weird, but like, you kind of have to. Like, it does actually work, which is obnoxious. But yeah. Good times. Fun times. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Peace out.